Boys, today, I get in front of the cars too much. So, like, I'm trying to show them. I don't want to move this whole camera, but I feel like I have to at this point because so many times I'm like, here. You can't see the cars. I should be like here. I should just be like, guys, today we have a Model Y. And this looks cool. It's got black wheels. It's got, oh, it's even hard to see under this thing. It's got black trim, black accents, black roof. And we're going to black out some windows. Not completely. It's still going to be functional, but it's going to be a little bit on the darker looking side. It's going to be sweet. So we are doing 35 on the windshield, 20 on the front doors, and then we're going to do 50 on the very back, and that's going to kind of bring it all together. That's going to look good. Hey, the chat is working. What is your air compressor? That's a good question. I don't remember. I know I can look, but it's all the way over there. Ask me in a minute. It's like just a mount on the wall thing that I got off of Amazon. So you can use any type of air compressor, but that was just something quick, easy, and pretty compact for when I was tinting at home in the garage. Can't wait to see you doing that rear window. This one's the easy one though. So what they did differently is like there's the rear window right there. So it's a pretty standard size back window. If anything, the trim makes it more difficult. I was taking a closer look at it. I had to remove a little bit of the back trim, and you'll see. It's very easy to do on this one. No screws or anything necessary. It just pops right off. And there's a good reason for doing it. So the matrix border, they don't really have like a dot matrix, but they just have the ceramic border, and they put the paneling kind of like in front of it. So you have to almost tuck behind it. So it just makes more sense to remove it in a couple of spots. What do you do when you install tint on the side windows and a day later there's a lot of water bubbles behind it? Will they go away? Yes, so water bubbles, you try and squeegee out as much as you can, but you always leave your windows up for a handful of days. Need some time to dry, especially in the colder weather. If they're air bubbles, that's usually dirt, and that's something different. That's never going to go away, but if they are just water pockets, then you're totally fine. They'll dry out. So the bigger water pockets will take longer. And sometimes you can be in an annoying situation where there's too much water in one spot where it could be like a week later and there's still a water pocket. If that was the case, I would just redo it for the customer. But water will always find its way to dry out. It'll just take longer than others. I hate the front door speakers. There's 100% better ways to manufacture to install them. All right, we are going to get started. We have a lot of work ahead of us. And it's 11 o'clock. So I need to get jumping on this one. So I finally got my headset fixed. I think it was more cables than anything, which was kind of weird because it wasn't acting like it was a cable. I'd jiggle the cable or something and everything would be fine. Then I'd just walk around and then I'd have signal problems. So I wonder if I had both a cable and a signal problem. So I ordered a new transmitter and I ordered new signal or new cables, and now everything seems to be working fine. So yay, finally. Good deal. All right. And with that, let us get to the show. How y'all doing today? So this is going to be... do I need anything else? GoPro? Hey! Okay. So we can take a brief little tour. These have shifty windows, so that's pretty standard. They're all frameless. And I messed around with this back already. So this was the piece that I pulled off here. And I don't like to take anything apart. I really don't. But what was happening was, see how all of this comes, it's not bad here. It's really, it gets a little tight up back here. But in these lower corners especially, the trim was basically coming to like this point. Super straight Tesla. So there was just a couple of reasons why, like just popping that off, no screws or anything, super easy to do.
$9.99.
Daniel!
My man Master Matt, Gumustakuya. Loving my plotter. Totally awesome dude master.
Daniel Reyna with the 10. Oh, is it broken? Hey! Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I'm glad you like your plotter. That's cool. What software are you using again? I forgot. Oh, wait, I think you said Digi. Looks like Doc from Back to the Future with a headset. Yeah, that, or like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. If any of you guys remember those movies? Let me close this. All right, let's hang up the hoodie somewhere. I don't have a good place to hang it. I need to clean some of this stuff. I've been working out in the background, and then I get some stuff clean, and then I make an even bigger mess doing some other stuff, like regular vehicles. Okay, so first thing is first. Let's get all the prep work out of the way. I might even plot that back window. I'm a little on the fence there, because they have it. They have it, and I could do it, and there's a couple of small reasons that would make it easier if it all works out. So we might plot just that back window. Everything else we're gonna hand cut. This is a big old windshield too. It's not as crazy as their biggest windshield, but Model 3, Model Y, as far as I know, they're the same as far as windshield size. The back window is smaller than the windshield. I guess that's not that weird. Feels a little weird on this one though, because of how much taller it is. Tesla likes big glass. Ew. That's no good. There's like, just gonna keep an eye out for them. There's like some, usually you don't feel that. There's bigger things on that windshield. It's not that big of a deal. So if you're taking a hard card, you might have like, I don't know, you might have a problem. If you're using a felt card, shouldn't be any problem. There's just some like extra sap type sticky. I don't think it's sap, but something I was feeling. What kind of tip do you have on the sprayer? I have the cone tip. I destroyed a fan tip pretty quickly. There was just like, at the time, there's some floaties in my spray bottle. I was doing mobile, and then like, the fan tip is a lot more touchy than the cone tip. So I took like a small piece of wire, because the end was clogged, and I tried to because I was just on the go, and I tried to free it up, and that ended up destroying the fan tip, like within a couple of days. So I really like the fan tip, but the cone tip is just more, get a lot more use out of that one potentially, but you know, keep your water clean anyways. It was just my bad. So this one, of course, in normal Tesla fashion, has a load of cameras up front. So I'm going to keep the majority of that free. And we're going to do the line right along here and leave that sensor pretty free from obstruction, and then, you know, potential recalibrations and all that good stuff. So that would be fun. Spray up there, try and tuck some stuff, remove the cameras, and then all that. Oh, that's why I couldn't understand. Finna roll this joint and get started tinting. Customers 16 rolls ghost, 15. Nice. Good luck. Have fun. That thing is going to be dark as hell, just as dark as my CTSV, same setup on it. Very nice. Yeah, it's going to be cool. I like 35 on a windshield. 35 is one of my favorite shades to install on a windshield. So I'm going to mask most of the other stuff off, I think. And then we'll do this bottom. They like their goofy windshield cutout sets for sure. My headset feels like it's gonna fall off. Yeah. That is a funny comment. It's pouring rain in Michigan. It is. It has been for like the past day. It's that time of year. It's that time of year where everything was all bright and sunny, and now is just dingy and gray and sad, cold. It's like 50. Like we went from like 70 to like 50 pretty quick. All right. Now let's do this. I'm gonna go to the other side for that. That way I can kind of pull it along. We wanna go pretty, we're gonna go really straight, follow that, basically that panel line. Just keep it nice and even. And there we go. Perfect. That looks really, really clean. We'll just cut in the middle. We go ahead and pull that. I guess the only things I'm worried about is I want to make sure those corners aren't going to pull back on me when it gets a little wet. Oh, heat gun. Do we got to clean all this up? Probably do. Did my first C6. Screw that back window. Oh, I hear ya. It's funny. I saw a post that was like, easy. I get it. I've never had a super fun time with those. It's always been like, I don't know, I just don't get them that often. So, that in particular, if you don't have film that shrinks very easily, will make that a world of not fun. And every film kind of has their limit too. Some will shrink very easy in the beginning, get a little harder as you go farther. Model X front windshield. I've never had the Model X windshield, but I've seen it. It definitely does not look like a fun one. Then you have to do something about it's got a whole strip that goes right down the middle. That has to do with like the cameras and stuff. I don't even know if I'd like driving it. It's so obnoxious. Like, I mean, flip down sun visors or fully tinted windshield with a dark strip or something like that. I mean, big windshields that are just open, it's just kind of obnoxious. Same thing with like panoramic sunroofs. There's a lot of times that we'll just kind of put the shade up. Because it's just like, you know, they're not gonna, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's too much. Looks interesting. I think it looks impressive. And then when you, it's the type of thing that when you own might be a little obnoxious for a lot of people. But when you like sit in it and you're like, whoa, it's like very impressive. I'd rather do a 488 Spider than another C6. That sounds like a fun one. I'm glad my chat's working today, though. I got a message right before I started that said my streaming platform was having problems with the chat, and I was like, uh-oh. So that'll ruin my whole stream if that doesn't work. I already had enough problems. I mean, we had nothing but headset problems the last time we streamed, and then I bought a new headset to fix it, and then next thing I know, it didn't fix it. So it was a combo, I think, of the headset and the cables, like the whole thing, which is not super fun. I'm going to see how much I have left on, where's my other Pro Nano roll? I just set it out. That's this guy right here. We're going to see how much we have left on this. I have a short roll, and I have a longer roll. But the longer roll is only a 36. So like on doors like this, looks like we're going to have enough to do, I think, one of these. Yeah, that's not going to be enough for both. So let me bust out the 36, because I want to just keep it the same, off the same roll. Model Y back window is a pain because of the manufacturer defect of the molding. I think I saw what you meant. Like, there's a couple of little spots on them that don't look very good, and they kind of pinch tight to the glass. But you can pop it off pretty easily. That's not, most of you guys, I don't like taking stuff apart. I'm pretty notorious for not taking stuff apart. But if it's simple and it makes your job significantly better, that's where it's like pros and cons. So I did end up removing that. Another thing here is if this keeps true to like the Model 3, we'll see. Did we pop this one back? Oh, we did. I was going to say, we'll see where the glass comes to the trim, and yep, be very careful. Don't close the doors. I mean, never close the doors with the windows already latched. But I've heard pretty big horror stories. People not really paying attention. Windows are popped up. And then the trim, you're going to have some trim issues with the glass rubbing against it. What size roll for the back window? 30, 36 or under will do totally fine. It's like a very normal looking back window. It's really just the trim that kind of gets in the way. Now, the sunroof, would be a totally different story, and we're not touching that today. And I noticed the same kind of trim problems too. Like, so a lot of times, like, so for example, on the windshield, we have a nice ceramic border that goes all the way across, gets a little tricky up here. But when you're looking at the whole sunroof, it's like you have paneling and you have no border. It's literally just like goes into nothing. So you'd have to tuck into that. That changes everything. You'd have to remove it or tuck into it. That's not something you see on most vehicles. So I don't exactly know how fun that would be to remove, or if there's a way to just kind of work around it. But it's very different. All right, front doors. Where's my sprayer? Why do some people go so dark? Just saw one say 3% on the sides, 15 on the windshield. Everybody has their own tastes. I don't know. There's people that'll pop in here with like, that'll say like, I don't know, 555, 555. Yeah, it's a bit, I'd say it's a bit much. Is this gonna work this way? Wow, definitely not. All right. Well, 36 it is, vertical. A lot of scrap on this one then. So normally, you could take, like on a lot of windows, you could take a 36 and you can flip it sideways. And then it'll actually fit most windows sideways. Not on this one. This one, so that kind of gives you a little perspective. These doors are pretty big. Can white vinyl pinstripe tape, 6mm wide and 5mm thick, work similar? I have no way of getting. Yeah, it'll be similar. It'll probably be a little. It might be a little soft. It might be a little bit thin, but you'll have like the main thing. You'll put something in between the film and the glass, and you'll have like a little border to cut on. So it's not going to be quite as protective. Oh, I totally forgot to send that email too. I'm sorry. I looked into it. So shipping to, I actually got to disable international shipping entirely, I think, for now. It's kind of a bummer. International USPS shipping to Australia is canceled right now. Just nothing's going through. And they just mark it and they'll send it back, and that's the exact mark I got. So it turned out to be nothing wrong with the address. It was just the service has been completely shut down right now, unfortunately. It's a sign of the times. Oh shoot, I just realized something. We should probably cut these out individually, huh? Or we could. But that's what happened. So I've had other kinds of international problems, and they're always, like, they're really not that bad, but occasionally, you know, well, I don't know. It's not uncommon for packages just to take far longer to ship international. So it's like, it's hard to give time estimates, and then USPS will often switch carriers to like local post offices. So tracking gets more difficult too. So it's like the whole thing, like it goes through customs, it can sit in customs for like a day, or it can sit in customs for like a month. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like, that's just how it is. So if you go through like a carrier like DHL is awesome, but they're gonna be like 4 times the price. And most people are like, your international's expensive. And it's like, I'm sorry, it's like $40. There's not much I can do about that. And go over to DHL, it's like, shoot, it'll be like 200, like $250. No fun. Anyways, Model Y. So we got a big old piece of film on here. Cross our fingers that we get this done the first time. But we're willing to make mistakes. Pretty standard as far as like frameless doors go. I'm curious about this little like the Tesla version of the notch. I feel like I should pull this like way far forward. How much room do I have on this? Oh, wow. I got a whole bunch. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to just shift this whole thing like way forward. we're gonna put this basically all the way up there. Actually, it's really only like the top bit. So we're gonna go from like here over. So we'll trim this bit off. Do that. And just make a mental note, and then we'll drag that all the way over there so it'll match up nice. Yeah, that'll be good. Then what was that? I just got the hybrid squeegee. Curve too. This gosh definitely has some curve. How's the workout doing? Feed it today. Oh, we might use a plotter cutout for the back window. We'll see what it looks like. I haven't tried. How should I adjust it? What? I just got the hybrid squeegee. How should I adjust it? How should you just use it? So the hybrid squeegee, just use it like any other squeegee. I mean, if you want to use it for like installation only, that's cool. I mean, you just see me use it like a regular handle squeegee. I use it all the time. It's just a much nicer quality squeegee. I haven't really tried the plotter much with doors. I've done it like here and there, but I haven't done it a lot. And that's usually because I have to go, for the sake of research, we'll try it, but am I gonna keep it? Probably not. So that being said, did I get it? I'm gonna bring this up a little bit. Blue side or orange side? Both are good. Try them both. I use both. I don't there's no real rhyme or reason to which side I use. It's kind of just like, I leave it on the orange side for now. Orange side starts to wear out, flip it over to the blue side. I like both. There we go. I like both. And yeah, I don't know. Some people say they notice a hardness difference. I don't notice much of a hardness difference between them, but there definitely should be. You can just use it as much as you want for whatever you want. That was a real smooth top edge too, by the way. Like sometimes you'll feel a little bit of grindiness. That was about as smooth of an edge as I've ever felt. And then these ones, they're a little rounded, so we'll match them up. This whole hand cutting all the 4 doors individually, that's going to take some time. Ding, 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 ding. Chicago. Oh, that's just a personal. Not yet. I'm streaming. So as far as this goes, And then we'll round this and connect it to the top, and we'll just check how it is before we install it. There, that's better. Yeah, the only little issue that I had was like this little trim bit right here that kind of just pokes up. It made it notch down a little bit farther. So I shifted it back up and I recut it. Yeah, we're gonna round that a little bit more. Then we're gonna round that just a little bit more.
Mike Davis super chatted $20. I've tinted on and off for years now as side hustle / help a buddy. Found you channel over the weekend and been binging all the old live streams. Wanting to learn to refine skills for going more pro. Thanks for all the free info.
Aw, dang. Mike with the 20, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was a really nice super chat. It's a weird thing to hear people binging my channel. I binge lots of other channels, but like when people tell me they binge mine, I'm like, aw. I don't feel like it's very bingeable, but I mean, if you are trying to learn it, I'd do the same. I absolutely would do the same. Yeah, we're gonna round that just a little more. See how curved that is? I'll just do a slight little bit more. We're gonna make a Tesla Model Y, or that normally it would take like 3 hours. We'll make it take like 6. Just because of the corner. I'm looking for a job. Is your place hiring? No, unfortunately. Thanks for asking, though. I'm running into some of the typical slowdowns that a lot of people run into, especially as a newer business. So, not looking to add people, just trying to keep everything kind of easy going, maintaining and staying busy enough. But there's a big difference between the amount of work now versus like, you know, springtime. Much easier to get a job in springtime. Shops are like, yes, we need all the people, and then wintertime comes around and they're like, take the day off. Why is somebody so angry about a Tesla? I guess it depends on how you bring them in. It's all cold and wet and rainy right now, so some of these little things, like if there's a lot of water still sitting on the window and you're snap shrinking it, and there's a lot more to kind of shrink, this will just take longer because I like half dry out the tint when I go to snap shrink it. Maybe that's what I don't explain so well, but I show it. I always show it. Oh, somebody said, what, never stop learning? You can never stop learning. My grandma told me that when I was young. Yes, and I want to add to that. Some little words of wisdom. You can learn something from everybody. I've tried to take that motto. Whether or not that's something good or something bad, you can learn something from everybody. Learn what to do, learn what not to do. I swear, like anybody, any skill level, is like you watch somebody for long enough and it's like, oh, I never looked at it that way or didn't think about that. Or so it's a really, really good thing to try and keep in mind. Nice. Is that, see, it's tough to tell with this because that trim piece is like, right? I think we're close enough. We might just, oh, we're almost out. Are we really? We're almost out of tuck tape? I guess we got a little bit more. All right, we'll use it till we're done. It's something that I usually like to do before I start cutting, so I'm like getting a little bit ahead of myself. So we're going to add this now, but probably do it sooner on the other ones. How much is this one? I charged $6.50 for this. Maybe it should have been a little more, but as far as I'm concerned, like there's just the normal Tesla things. So like I'd charge standard pricing on the Model S. The only thing that I really charge more for is the Model 3 because of that back window. It's genuinely much more unique, and you need an oversized roll to do it. So I haven't had one of these in person, but as far as everything I was seeing, it's like, okay, I've done the Model 3 windshield. It's a bit big. And there's a couple other little things about it, but, you know, some you make a little bit more money, some you make a little bit less money, but it kind of works itself out. So I just didn't see a reason to overcharge on this one because I think I'm just going to be a little bit, I guess I could charge a little bit for individually hand-cutting frameless doors. I don't know. Something to be said about that. But I totally even forgot that I was going to do it until like 10 seconds ago. I was like, oh, I should probably just individually cut these things. Which is, if there's one thing that you can do to really speed up your time, it's double cut everything. And there's no reason you can't double cut these. But, hey. Let's see how this goes. What time is it? 11:30. What film do you prefer? Geo, and I like all their films that I carry, or else I wouldn't carry them. But we're doing Pro Nano, and it was a hot debate, because we did the van the other day, and I was trying to decide what I really wanted to do, because I wasn't sure if I was going to do, like, I was pretty set on doing 50 on the windshield, but then on front doors, and then the back, I'm like, but I ended up going 35 on the front doors, 50 on the windshield. That's kind of right around where I'm happy to, like, settle out at. It's more, I think, family friendly. That makes sense? Like, if you hand the vehicle to somebody else to drive, and it's just like you're usually like the main driver of your own vehicle or whatever, and you give it to somebody else. Generally a little bit more concerned, like you want them to be safe. So what you might do on your own solely driven vehicle might be like a little bit darker than somebody else. So wouldn't go darker than 35 though. All right, let's see what happens. big window. But should install like most others. Cash only, no receipt. I hear ya. I've never, like, I don't know. I've thought about it. I've never really wanted to necessarily do that. But I don't blame people that do that. That's pretty diggity dang good. That's what we like to see. Shut up. Ooh, that's nice. Sorry. I mean, like, shut up in a good way. Like, shut up! I like that corner. That looks like a nice corner to me. I'm playing around with how close I want to get this to the edge because it's like, sharp. What is that plastic door panel? What do we call that? That is one of the most. This is one of the most asked questions for sure, which means that we did something right. almost like you've done this once or twice. There we go. That's good. It's shifting a little bit, which is nice. Carpet shield. There, I even got you a link. Yeah, it's I always hate saying carpet shield. Like, just because it's like, oh, there's nothing like professionally automotive that you use. And it's like, it's easily available, and it's, the problem with door panels is like, not a lot sticks to door panels. Door panels are like one of those things where like, if you want to stick it to the paint, you'll have no problem. You'll always be able to stick everything to the paint. You take a little piece of Scotch tape. But I can't tell you the number of like sticky things that we've tried to slap on a door panel, and they just fall off. So like, you almost need something that's strong enough to stick to carpet, which you're like, oh shit, what is gonna stick to carpet? But then the same thing applies here. It needs to like remove clean, so we don't want to leave any residue behind. So the idea with carpet shield is just that. It's like you can leave it on hopefully for a while, do all your construction stuff, walk on it with shoes, and then pull it off. But like what we've noticed too is like even with carpet shield, it don't stick to everything. So the house wrap tape is another thing that works really well. So we put that on the door panel, sometimes because it just gives it that little oomph to stick to. But it's kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. And then when you're done with it, you gotta tear it off and throw it away. But like, I'd hate to get all these inserts all wet. Those just take a long time to dry, especially in this weather right now. Never like that. Yay! Looks good. I'm happy with this. Very nice. Want to go over it with like a fine-tooth comb. Korea Tinter, how you doing? Glad you could stop by. Wow. I wonder who tints stuff in North Korea. Jesus. Don't think as much. Don't think as much over there. Let's see. 50? We need the 50. Where's the 50? So we're just gonna, I think we're just gonna kind of work our way around it. These back doors are a little bit smaller, so we can definitely actually cut both of them. We'll get a piece out for both of them. And we'll just pull that over to the other side. A little bit different on one like this, because you have both side edges exposed, so you probably are going to have to shift it over a little back the other way, unless you're filing them or shaving them off. Ta-da! 50% on back windows. Yeah, so this was a good debate that we had. The back is already 20. The fronts are 20. So the question was, do you want to match the back to the front? So basically, like, get them as similar as they can, which in that case, you're going to go with the 70. Or do you want to darken them up a decent amount, which would be 35? He definitely didn't want to do limo, so there wasn't going to be putting 20 over 20. So it was kind of skipping back and forth between 35 and 50. And what we ended up settling on was 50, because he's like, sitting on the inside, he didn't want to be able to tell a big difference, but just a tinge difference. And yes, we're doing the ceramic, so the whole thing's going to be ceramic coated, protected, whatever, tinted. It's a ceramic tint. So let me put 5 and 35 and you'll love it. Not everybody, no. No, definitely not. I'm always a little apprehensive about weighing in. I try and give like a real unbiased opinion, because it really is all subjective, and you can get so wrapped up in the numbers. And it's like you just want some real examples and stuff that you compare it, but there's only so many comparisons that I can have. So like 35, 50, and 35, 50, and 20 is usually a pretty good even demo around here for most of my clients. We did the van. I actually brought the van in special because I don't have anything on my windshield on the Blazer right now. We're going to add something back to that pretty soon. I kind of want to do it as like a super ceramic test bed. I want to tint my Blazer in like 4 different super ceramics. It's kind of a bad time of year to do that test, but like, I kind of want to do it. Only a bad time of year because it's so cold. Heat rejection, wintertime. My most popular shades are 20% and 5%. That was same for me for a long time, and it still kind of is, but every once in a while, like there's always going to be outliers. So it's really like, I don't want to just make an assumption for everybody, because then you're going to have that one person that's like, yeah, that's like way darker than I thought it was gonna be. And you're like, oh, crap. Well, I don't want that. Well, you've figured out a way to stand out. It's cool. I usually get calls to do darker because most people won't do darker here. That's interesting. That's definitely a way to stand out. Darkest I've done has been 35. Oh, no, 20. I have done 20 on a windshield before. A couple different windshields. It wasn't a stream thing. This was like years ago. It was more like, how dark can we push things? I feel like I need to fix this a little bit more. Sides look good. Top, just get that final little fitment in. Definitely different demos pull in different clients too. So, like just everything can impact it. I'm gonna change out my blade. That was cutting like a stupid. Did you already do the back window? No, that's factory. Same thing with these sides, they're factory. Let me change this. I hate when that happens. Like, feels like it's grabbing. It's just like, so annoying. Just stay sharp. Five on the windshield, 3 on the side. Who's getting 3? Or not like who, but like what film are you using for 3%? I've heard like, I know Scorpion's got like a 2. I think that's smart. Because like, I'm not gonna say it's like cheaper clients just want darker tint, but sometimes you get a lot more requests in certain areas for darker films. Is it possible to tint in the winter when it's cold in my garage? Yeah, for sure. Get yourself a propane heater. The little tornado ones, you'll love it. Like tornado, what is it? Torpedo, tornado, I think maybe torpedo heater. And like similar ones, so they look like a jet engine. And they warm up a space super fast. And you'll get by a lot on the propane. So you fire that thing on, get your area nice and warm, and then you'll have to turn it on a couple times as it cools down, depending on if you have insulation or not, but you'll do great. Those things are fantastic. So, I do that, if you go back, if you go back a while on the streams, like at least a year ago, I was tinting out of the garage, and then I'd use that torpedo heater. I think that was more near the beginning of the year, though, so it might have been like March, because we like started in like March. Then we went through like springtime, started to get into some colder weather, and then we moved into here. So I didn't go through a full winter with it, but I did a lot. You know, we all, hearing about shades, like we all obsess over like, talk about ceramic and stuff, and more shades would be a good thing, but it makes things complicated too. I've seen both sides. Like sometimes when you carry so many shades, it makes the whole like figuring out what to do on your car really difficult, even if you're like, hey, we're gonna do, like this is what most people do and is what I highly recommend. I've had people just stand up front and debate 15 and 20 for like half an hour. So even with all that, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Woo! Woo, I like it. Looks good. All right, let's get this sucker in. But like the difference between like 3 and 5, I'd imagine it looks decent, decently different, but when you're in some of the lighter ones, you just definitely don't see it near as much. Oh, this roll. How's my... Actually, it's colder today. I hope my stream doesn't drop out. Started having, like, frame issues last time it got cold. So, hopefully, that's not going to be the case now. It's like $250 for internet here. Just to get, like, a halfway decent upload speed. Drives me crazy. It's 40 up. It's like a gig down, and the most they have up is 40. And then it got like winter time here, and then my upload speed was not disconnected. It was just very inconsistent. And because it's not disconnected, it's like, whoa, it's still working. And it's like, whoa, it fucking sucks. Aw, that was a really nice one. Thank you. Not into tinting. Was researching how to remove tint. Found your videos. Really relaxing. Enjoy watching. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I feel like there's a lot of window tinters that don't understand that. There's a lot of tinters that come from like just pure auto backgrounds. And it's like, I mean, I kind of do too, but it's like introducing it in different ways to people, I think is really helpful for window tinting in general. Oh, I'm jealous on your fiber speeds. Dang, I wish that was available. They both gig down, but the problem with a lot of areas is like they're fast and they've upgraded some infrastructure, but the upload speeds suck. And most people are concerned about download, but upload, oh, you guessed it. Upload speed is like, because I'm uploading 1080p 60 frames per second. So it's basically like uploading a full HD video in just real time. And it like, so it doesn't have time to process any of that. And so anytime there's dips, it's like, well, that sucks. How do you read the comments, or are you just listening? I'm listening. You guessed it. Most people don't. I read I read some of them, but yeah, the majority of them, I just sit here and keep working and then try and listen for stuff. How do you like the hybrid blade? Hybrid blade's awesome. I go back to it. It's my favorite. I was felt pretty strongly about the flat out, and I still do. The flat out was a pretty underrated squeegee blade. And when I was using it, I was using Avery, and for whatever reason, when I switched to Geo, it just didn't quite work as well with it. And like I'd start to see the occasional scratch, and that makes it sound like Geo has a weak scratch code or something compared to Avery. But it might have also been wintertime. I think it was colder. So I was just playing around with some other ones. I was just tired of seeing the occasional scratch. And then I know I've used the hybrid in the past, but like I forget. And the hybrid's expensive. It's like near $20 a blade, I think. So compared to like a lot of other ones, it's kind of like, oof, it's a little expensive. But it's really good. And that's one of the reasons I have the little like trimming station too. So if I ever nick it, I can just fix it up real quick. Although there's a lot of people Wah. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Sorry, but yeah, it's been, I don't know, it's been a really solid blade. I like it a lot. I like that. You know, it's tough trying to figure out how much darker 50 is going to make your windows when you're just sitting up front talking about it, and then actually seeing 50 go over the factory, because it's like, you know, 50 over factory. It's a pretty light change, but I can see it. It's good. It looks good. I think I'll be more happy with this than 35, based on what we were talking about. I want to close both doors, but I can't. Not until it dries for a little bit. And just do a quick like side-by-side comparison, front to the back. But we'll do that more towards the end. So if these weren't frameless, I could close them more, but I'm going to bump the trim. It looks good. This looks really, really good. I'm very happy with this. Yay. Can you meter it? Ooh, sure. Sure. Being frameless, absolutely. Let's see what we got. 50 over 35. 12. I think that's good. What was that? 274 download and 191 upload? You mean megabits? There's no way it's 274 gigabits. Or gigabyte. 191 up. That's impressive. Canon. What is there even to debate into? It's definitely blacker, 5 inside and out. I told you. Gotcha. Wouldn't 50 over 20 be 10? You would think so. That's not how this works. So it should, and if you meter them individually, one will meter 50, one will meter 20. You slap them together, you put it on the glass. It's always a little lighter. I don't know why, but it just always is. And it's not even something I can really explain. It's just, you can do the math, and that's one thing, and you'll get close. But when you actually put a meter over it, a lot of times it's just kind of like instinct. If your fronts are 75 and you put like 35 over, it'll meter a little bit differently than what the math works out to be. 20 over 20 is 5? Yeah, that'll actually work out to be like within an earshot of 5. Usually my meter will spit out like 4 or something, so that's pretty reliable. But like on some of these higher numbers, they don't, it's not always like 1-to-1. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm sure there's some scientific reason. But I just tried a bunch of them, and that's the numbers. But like, at the end of the day, what does it look like in comparison? That's always the biggest question. Yeah, it looks a little bit darker. Looks good. I like it. I think they'll be happy with it. I mean, I know they'll be happy with it, right? I'm confident. I hope they like it. Do you ever panel pop? Very rarely. Sometimes I do, but it's really rare. It's more like super easy stuff and seals. I don't want to say no never because there's something we did to the back I'll show you. But it's pretty rare. I get tint fingers at the bottom. What can I do to fix that? Watch your videos every single day. Thank you. So, if you have fingers on the bottom, you still have to, sorry, I'm listening to chat. Chat's really active. Okay, so if you get fingers on the bottom, you need to shrink it. Like, there's no way around it. There is a little bit for some. Some people say that you don't have to shrink. And, I mean, you don't have to. But for that reason, you want to. Because if you're always fighting fingers at the bottom, the quickest and easiest way to fix that is just to shrink the window. So what'll happen is the people that aren't shrinking windows, they're popping panels and pulling seals. And even then, on some of them, you're going to have to shrink them still. There's ones that are so curved that there's no way around it. So all you're doing is like you're pressing a window out evenly, and it doesn't hold any water at the bottom when you pull that seal out. So gives you a better chance of pressing everything out evenly and tacking it down and getting it all dry. So when the seal's there, it keeps the bottom of the window wet. How don't you get fingers without shrinking? Yeah, it's just pressing everything out evenly. And again, that's really only for doors. I feel like I want to go back. I've hot panels, I still shrink. Some people do. But that's typically where you see it. I don't know. There's like this giant, annoying debate that always pops up in my group every time that happens. It's like, why are you shrinking the doors? And it's like, who cares? It's like, so what you gotta weigh is like the risk to reward, and that sounds stupid, but like it's true. It's like, okay, if you don't shrink it, what problems are you gonna have? How many issues are you gonna have to deal with? Like you're gonna sit there for 5 minutes pressing out a finger that could suck up dirt. And so like, I made a comment to one of those, and I was like, 15 minutes or 15 seconds in shrinking could save you 15 minutes or more on touch-ups. And I think that's pretty true. So if you have stuff on the bottom, just shrink it. It's easy, it's quick. I do, and I still get fingers. So you're not doing it well enough. So if you're shrinking and you're still getting fingers, you need to shrink more. That's all it's telling you. The whole reason you got them is you need to continue to shrink it a little bit more. So see what it does, readjust, shrink a little more, and then before you know it, you're not going to see those anymore. And you're going to go, oh, that was it. So those are really the two reasons. You either not, or you have to, or you are, and you're just not doing it enough. Because I've seen some people post pictures of back windows, and the back windows were like, I shrunk it, why are there still fingers? And you look at what they did, and it's like, dude, that doesn't look flat at all. And it's always possible that you have something small that you have to touch up on the inside. Like, it's not uncommon. But what you have to touch up should be very, very minimal. I love the feeling of the blade cutting against the glass. What if it goes... What is this dump Michigan weather? I want Florida again? Oh, dude, I'm with you 100%. I'd love to move. You hit this time of year and you're just like, ugh, why am I here? It's not nice. The roads are ratty. It's just everything. Stay. But you know, we have seasons, and this time of year you can wear hoodies, and that's kind of nice. I like hoodies. But I don't know if I like them as much as the weather. Can you go in depth when you squeegee the tint to the window? There isn't a lot of depth there. It's just, maybe there's more than I'm thinking right now. Sure, why not? Sorry. Like, because I have seen in person some people not even know how to use a handled squeegee. And I'm like, just thinking to myself a little bit like, really? Like, it's like kind of like a paintbrush or whatever. It's like, take your squeegee and like you put some pressure, keep it at a low angle to the glass and like, your squeegee. But you can push and you can pull. You can do a couple of things differently. But when you have a good squeegee blade, you can pretty much do whatever. And, you know, as long as you're putting some pressure against the glass, whatever you do will turn out nice. Just keep your squeegee blade clean. It's the biggest learning curve that opened your eyes. I don't know. There's like some monumental moments, I guess. Pole shrinking and reverse rolling, maybe. Those are like some big ones for me. Most other things were pretty direct. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. Reverse rolling was like kind of magical because it's like something that doesn't seem like it should work, but it does. And then pole shrinking, when you see like somebody do it, so if you just shrink individual fingers and you're still kind of touchy with it, and then you see somebody pole shrink and you're just like, how you just, and it all goes down even. It's like, best I could explain it, it's like, it's almost like learning how to surf. And I don't know how to surf, but I've at least snowboarded and skateboarded, so like there's some concepts there. But it's like, you're just standing on the board, you're leaning into it, and then, but it's a really tough thing to kind of, like, then you get your balance, you get going, You get better at it with a lot of practice. But you don't even entirely understand what you're looking at, but you think you do. You see it happen, and you're just like, I can do that. And then you go try it, and you're like, what the hell did I do wrong? So like with pole shrinking, it's like you're creating like this little wave, and you're just like working the film down at just the right speed. And you're watching the whole thing just kind of like lay down evenly. And you can like mess it up on the way and like fall off. So those couple things, those are really cool. I guess some people see snap shrinking the same way. I got snap shrinking a little bit quicker than everything else because there's not much to snap shrinking. It really is just like you don't really see what's happening, but you get a feel for it, and it's more direct. You curl the film some, you get it to lay down, and then you see where it's at. I still got fingers at the bottom, go down a little farther. On these ones, they're really wet right now, so this is gonna just take a little longer. They're kind of curved and pretty wet. So this is gonna, take a little bit longer to do. So there's definitely a lot more that needs to be shrunk along this edge. And that's pretty normal with most windows. So if you ever snap shrink a window and you think it's all good, like most of this will go down quicker, and then more of your curve is kind of in here off of the top edge. And then, if you're still not sure, you want to make sure you did shrink it enough. I mean, pretend that you're installing it. So I want all this to lay down even. And if it doesn't, well, then I'll fix those little areas. But if I were to put it on the inside, this is what would happen. So I saw while I was doing this, couple little fingers pop up there, got them to lay down, but it still wasn't like, it's just a little bit. So let's curl that just a little bit more. And there you go. This should be good enough. It worked on the other one, so we should be okay. Now with a lot of heat, something to keep in mind is that this glass is now warm. So cold Michigan weather helps keep the glass cooler anyways. But those areas, they're gonna be a little hotter. So if you're working in really hot climates and then you spend a lot of time, you shrink these windows, and then you go to install them right away, your water, and it's gonna stick a lot more right there. So especially on a frameless window, I'm gonna wanna let that sit for a little bit. I honestly didn't think of that for a very long time. Is that wet shrinking? Yeah, kinda. I mean, it is, but it's not in the same way. The window doesn't need as much shrinking. Like door windows, they don't need very much at all. So these ones, they need a little bit more. So yes, wet shrinking. What you'd not see me do is do that on a back window. Back windows need a lot more shrinking, and I don't want to waste all my time just doing that a lot. Wow, I feel like I could have done that better. Yeah, we'll fix it. There we go. I get enough. So how should we do these? guess we'll do the same thing. Seen Patrick use Glass 8 on his latest video. Oh, nice. I didn't see it. I appreciate that, though. That's cool. I should give him a phone call. I haven't talked to him in a little while. The plastic on the door panels, carpet shield. Carpet shield. At this point, we should just call it door panel shield. That's not what it is. You didn't have to take out a light. I still do. I mean, especially on like 5%. 5%, sometimes 20%. Even with good lighting, it's like how many reflections are there and stuff like that. It always makes me giggle a little bit because when, like, I don't like having to explain it 100 times to people that just like think that it's silly. So like I see people post like a thank you in my group and I really appreciate that. And I try to reply to those. And then there's people who are like, well, this is stupid. Why would you do that? Just use a light. It's like this. Seeing is not the point, but it does help make up some of the application time. It's like it's a nice assistant, but that's not the whole reason that it's there. That's not the main reason that it's there. But it's all good. Does anybody ever have problems cutting a certain way and then you flip it and you cut the other way and then it's like just goes nice? It's my problems. Ay, ay, ay. These blades. What group? Window tint stuff on Facebook. It's my Facebook group. It's only on Facebook because YouTube wouldn't give me a Facebook group. I mean, YouTube doesn't have Facebook-style groups. They're so helpful. There's a bunch of them. So have you ever, like, some of these things, like, a lot of you can feel like you're in the dark, especially if you just came across this channel and like, oh, cool, I can talk to an actual window tinter about this stuff. There's conversations happening all over the place on Facebook. That's where, like, most window tinters can interact with other window tinters. So if you have a question about something specific, you're having problems shrinking and you want more help, window tint stuff on Facebook. It's a big, open, free group. Post whatever you need and try and get some help with what you're doing. Tint tools, NFTs launching soon. I don't know. I feel like NFTs. I'm curious to see where they go, I guess. But like, people are like, make millions of dollars on NFTs, and it's like it's like collectors. It's not worth anything unless a lot of other people really want it too. So that's where I kind of lost it on myself. I didn't even understand what they were for a little while. I was like, what the fuck is it? So it's like a unique crypto code that lets you know that it's uniquely yours and it can't be replicated. Oh, okay. So it makes sense in like the art world and stuff. NFT is like 96 internet boom? Maybe. I don't think so. Oh, shit's gonna implode. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. I got a speaker there. I should probably do something about that. Most of them are okay, but this looks like a little home pod here. We're gonna cover that up. I feel like that's a nice thing to do. Should we tape it or should we shield it? Because it's fabric. See, even this, it doesn't always. Ay. Let's put some tape on it. This stuff just sticks better. What kind of stuff did you get away with when you were at a high production shop? How often did people come back and get stuff fixed? How bad were they? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I'm glad I can talk about it. Ay. Hang on. Let me get this first. So, stuff at a shop, you're just not as particular. So, wavy top edges, dirty installs. Like, I mean, not like filthy installs, but you'll have some more speckles and stuff, and you might have a patch here or there, which would be totally unexcusable here, but like somewhere else, it's like, where is it? Where's the patch? Is it somewhere that the owner of the vehicle is going to see really easily? Or is it somewhere where like you really have to like walk around the car to kind of go see? So, for example, anything that's kind of in the driver's window or on the main front windshield, that's a big no-no. Those will get you, I guess, flagged. And then they'll start being more particular about the rest of the job. And it could be as simple as like, oh yeah, you know, I saw some things on this that I didn't quite like. Well, if you, what happens for most people is like if you have something on the front that they don't necessarily like, well then they're like, I wonder what the rest of it looks like. And if the rest of the windows look worse, well now they're just like pointing at every window on the car. Now it's like, let's try and talk them off of a cliff because I don't want to have to redo this whole thing. So, and that could happen at really any time. And so that was like a big annoyance is, you know, it takes you an hour to tint a car and it takes you like 3 or 4 hours to retint a car. So we would sometimes just, God, it was so annoying. They would just send, like, they would schedule in window tint checks, just like they would schedule in an appointment. So, like, they'd schedule it as a check. It'd come in, oh, yeah, we'll redo it. That's fine. And they wouldn't even go out and look at the car. They'd just take the customer's word for it a lot of times. And then they'd send it back and, like, yeah, he wants these windows replaced. And we're like, what's wrong with it? And they're like, I don't know. He just wants them replaced. And we're like, yo, F you, dude. To the sales guy, because like he just threw 3 hours extra work for, we're not making any more money on the job, right? And we still have a full day. So it's a quick way to piss off all your tinters. And then like there's always this constant battle between sales and employees, or sales and tinters. It's like it gets so frustrating. But like they see the numbers and they're like, oh, I just got to get more numbers, because sometimes they'll have commissions attached to it. and then they want to shove all that down your throat, and it's like basically however much crap from you, the tinter, that they can stomach is how much work they'll shove down your throats. And then when you start having those comebacks, that's where it's like, all right, no, we're done. This isn't gonna work. I had a pretty hard rule that would often get ignored. It was like no fix-its on Saturdays, because Saturdays was like, that was our busy day. Throughout the week, sometimes, you know, you have a light Monday, you have a light Wednesday, you have a light Thursday, or whatever your days are. Some of those days will be a little bit lighter, and then Saturday comes around and it's just like, you know, a lot more people have the weekend, it's easier to drop off a vehicle, so they'll drop it off on a Saturday, and then they mix that in with like redos, and it's like, oh, screw you, dude. No, bring them in on a Monday or Tuesday. That way we actually have time to focus on redoing it. Because then if you put out a bad job again, I mean, they know what to look for. They already saw it. So then you have just a nightmare. Yeah, definitely not fun. We had a lot of frustrating days. Can you tell? It's like bringing trauma back. Miss the garage streams? Aw, I hear ya. I saw one of those videos the other day. Like, just the setup. I think it looks better. I like those too. I wish there was like a little bit more space, but I knew this when moving in here. I didn't want a lot of open space. I like hallway style garages, just because like if I can have like a wall here and a wall there and just kind of like make my setup around that, then it's a little bit easier to manage. But like when everything is just kind of wide open, it's like there's too much space. There's not enough organization with it. So you have to kind of like, wait, do I like put up a wall here? Like I don't know. I'm not an interior designer. But yeah, there's no rhyme or reason really like to know exactly what's going to come back and what's not. It's just there's things that are definitely like pushing it, and you cross your fingers and like, well, I hope that doesn't come back. And then there's some things that are like, that's definitely going to be a problem. And some things that were like light gaps. Light gaps were for sure like a no-no. If you can just get in your car, you see a big light gap, it's a hard no-no. But, you know, occasionally somebody gets in their car, or like, not occasionally, but quite often. Some people get in their car and they'll say, cool, thank you, and then they'll be on their way. You'll be like, oh, okay. And then some people will walk around the car and look at the glass super closely. So generally, like, the cheaper you kept some of that, the more particular some people would be. Because it was still expensive for them. Do you like hand cutting compared to plotter? Oh, I kind of like, I go back and forth. I like the art of it. But there's definitely some times where it's like, yeah, if you want just jobs out quicker and easier, get a plotter. But that comes with the drawback of, if my patterns don't work out, then I'm hand cutting it anyways. So I just wasted time in film. And that's like plotters in a nutshell. So I'm like thinking about doing just the back window with the plotter and seeing how that works. But that's like, you know, I'm just doing it to see if it works. And if it works, I can leave it. But if it doesn't work out, that's scrapped film. That's not fun. But on the other hand, if it works out, I'll probably save a little time as long as everything goes well with it. Does anybody come by your studio to buy tools? No, I don't make them locally available. I like doing all that stuff from home. Because like some stuff will get packed like late night. It's just there's other things to do. So we'll just we can handle all that from home. So film stuff, all that happens here, and then other things. Just, yeah. Well, that went in, I'd say, pretty dang good. I'm happy with that. Looks nice. These are going pretty well. Yay! So let's Where did you get the plastic that covers the door? It never ends. So how was that giveaway? I forget. I don't even I don't have much I like the look of it, but I don't, it's just sitting there. It should go get some use. I think I gotta get them to throw in a new hose though, because I've thoroughly used the other ones. Doing an Odyssey right now. Those do those not have super fun front quarters? I managed to do, I think it was an Odyssey the other day, and I didn't have to remove the quarter windows or anything. You can kind of pry the paneling back a little bit and get them in that way. That's not a bad way to do them. So keep note of how much longer this took. Because we individually cut the doors. Just as a mental note. I mean, it's not because it's a Tesla, but just because frameless, this would be the same on all pure frameless doors if I want to cut them out individually. This is the extra time. So same thing with just the frame doors. I'll usually double cut those. And if I double cut them, then just multiply that by 2, and you'll get a good idea of how long it would take if I individually cut each one. I posted a pic of my car in your group, and somebody said, "Here come the windshield clearance." Yeah, it's been less touchy, but there's good reasons. Throwing limo on windshields is kind of it's a scary thing. But I think arguing about it is just as silly too. It's not going to solve anything. People are still going to do it. It's going to happen. Some people are extra concerned about, one bad day from a windshield screwing up the whole industry. And I don't know if that's ever going to be the case, but I don't know. Let me tape that, cover that. Where do we put it? Are we out of tuck tape? Go look. I'll check it out at the end of the stream. Look, we don't even need much tape for this. Strap a DSLR to your head instead of the GoPro. When I started this, that wasn't an option, but now with the transmitter that I'm using, I could do it. Good Lord. I swear, GoPro is the smallest, best looking of all the small little cameras that works for this. There's drawbacks to all of them, but this one just kind of works out the best. And then you also have I don't like doing the whole fisheye thing either, but I kind of have to, Because I've tried like bumping it in a little bit, and it's just, it's not quite as good. Because I still have to get pretty close to the glass, like regardless. Where's my other stuff? Everybody says that. It doesn't feel like a lot of weight on your neck. It just feels obnoxious. Unless it's like balanced well. So it's got like the transmitter on the back with the battery, and it's got the weight of the GoPro on the front. So it kind of like evens out. And you just get used to it. Same thing with a chat. Having so many comments while I'm working was really, like, I would physically feel tired. Like, it's just a ton of mental exhaustion at the end of, like, a long stream. It's just like, oh, man, I don't know if I can do another car. But then, like, we just literally just kept doing it for, like, a year. And you just get used to it. The worst, though, is when a car really stresses me out. And then I get all scattered. Like, things are going pretty well. I'm not losing a bunch of stuff right now. But, I mean, shoot, we did a Taurus not too long ago, and it's like, come on, man, it's a Taurus. How hard can it be? And then it's just the stream fell apart at the end of the day, and I'm like, wow. But I like what's here. And talking to people on the phone while you tint is kind of like a real normal thing. So this isn't that far off from that, except all the other stuff that can go wrong. But when it works, it all works really well. So it just needs to keep doing that. Our Thursday stream did not go very well. And it was supposed to. Oh, it's such a nice, it's like I got a new van. We're going to do ceramic. We're just going to worry about the front doors and the windshield. And then it was just like, it all fell apart at the quarter windows. It's not fun. So this one definitely rests against the seal a little bit more. So you just put a little pressure against the glass, and as long as your film slide's okay, it drops in pretty nice. And again, making sure that window is a little on the cooler side helps a lot, because if you need to shift it around, this is what'll make frameless installations ultra annoying for me. As soon as film starts sticking with a frameless, it's just, ugh. You're just trying to like slap it into place, and it just goes a little too far, a little under, a little too far, and then you're over an edge. As long as it's kind of like free going, so much easier. So then you're not fighting anything. It's not, no problems with like the seals. It's straightforward, it's easy. I'm really happy with the way this is going. This is big relief. And I know it's like, oh, it's just a Model Y, it's frameless, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and then you stream it, and then you run into problems. And I just want a job to go nice. I've been, I watch some other streamers here and there, and I'm always jealous. It's like, man, it'd be nice to just like sit in an office and like do the same thing, just with not as much like stress and work behind it. But when it goes well, it goes well. But I always have to be on my feet. I'm like, man, it'd be nice to sit down. Can I do that? No, but I put myself in this. If anything, I argue with the world. I can stream and tint at the same time. I argued like that. All right. Well, this is going well. Nice edges. Nice clean work. So I was kind of debating back and forth about that back window. I think I'll cut out the back and the 3, and then we'll just see how it works out. It's okay. I won't be too sad. I usually listen to you while I install. I'm installing vinyl right now. Nice, very cool. That could be streamed too. There's a lot more to be streamed, but I always felt like you could do like sections of a car on stream. But it's a lot. It's still, like, it is a lot. Well, that's one thing I've always appreciated about window tinting. Is like people ask about like paint protection film, vinyl wrapping. And like there's some things, like if you're just doing a hood, it's pretty straightforward. If you're doing a roof, it's pretty straightforward. As far as like, you know, a good time that doesn't like kill your whole day and wear you out or whatever. And with window tinting, it's like, you know, we're usually in the 2.5 hour range. And for live streamers, that's actually not a ton of time. But I've streamed multiple cars, and it's just like, seems like just go one car. It's a good time. It's about what most people care to see. So, front doors, back doors. Yeah, a little difference there. Little difference. I like it. It looks good. You pull this out, it'll look good in the sunlight. What are you doing for 100,000 subs? Same thing I always do. I just keep. Don't have anything planned for that. I mean, I'll be very happy, and I'll be like, yes! And then my channel will still have the same type of whatever it always has. You know, that makes me sad. There's like, how do you say this? Like, subscriber numbers, they don't matter. I wish, like, they do and they don't. You have, like, I think a little bit more weight with your channel when you post something. It's exposed to more people. But you can have channels with lots of subscribers and very few views, and that's typically what happens with the streams anyways, because they're for like a more hardcore group of people. But it's at least nice that when I put effort into like a bigger video, sometimes they'll do much better. But I had this, I don't know, I try not to think too much about it, but I'm always curious. I'd love to have some type of series that wouldn't be too terribly difficult to do, where I just didn't have to think as hard. And was always a little unique, I guess, and interesting. So like this is it, but this doesn't hit like a big, broad audience. But I don't know what it would be for window tinting. I really don't. I don't know if there is anything. Here, let me just throw this in here. These are all gonna probably get thrown in the trash anyways. I like half keep on, half hold on to them, half throw them away. You know, I didn't even think that this would be a problem, but this back window, I'm short, man. I feel short on this. This is like Model 3, where it's like, if you want to get to the top of this, you have to kind of climb up over this a little bit more. So these are really handy to keep. You can find them Lowe's and Home Depot. You can find them at hardware stores, like bench ladders or whatever. What is this thing called? I don't know. Here, you guys can pause it and look that up. I don't know what the category is called, but I always called them like bench ladders or whatever. Super helpful. Model 3s, Transits, and big vans. Just when you need that extra height without, you know, literally like ruining his paint. Trying to get your hand over there. tank giveaway. 100K for a tank giveaway. Come on, guys. All of you that have already subscribed, keep on subscribing harder, and then when we get there, we'll give away the tank. Nah, I'd do that regardless of the numbers. What was that? Learning skills from you is a giveaway enough? There you go. That's how you guys should look at it. I agree. Okay, so it's set up, and it should be okay. Canon. I don't know if I have to fix anything here, so let me look. Because we had some problems before. How do you tell the difference between the performance trim and the long range? I have no idea. I am not a Tesla dude. I know how to tint it. But as far as like little trims on so many vehicles, it gets crazy. All right, so we click that. Hey, where's my... Boop. Hi. Okay, so tint, I don't know, 21, 22, this will tell us. Tesla Model Y. That's how I knew the size of this whole back window. So here's the back window. It's got windshield strips. That's interesting. I wonder how those fit. So this guy, well, 36. Oh, somebody in chat knows. Oh, you guys are so handy. Thank you. See, it's like crowdsourcing information. I love it. I can't possibly know all these little things. But inevitably, somebody in chat is like, this, and this. And you're like, dang. Much appreciate that. Same thing for the group. It's like, I don't try and do any like monetize. I don't try and like sponsor the group because it's all community run. It's like I don't provide near as much value as a lot of people do in that group. I'm super, and like what I get out of it is like super helpful. All right, there is no windshield, so these are all the patterns that I have available. Those of you that haven't seen the software, this is film cut. I have the back window, front doors, quarters, back doors, and windshield strips, but no, oh, they specify with a camera. That's nice too. But you'll notice, if you've ever seen plotter software before, this is pretty like, you're like, where's my tools? Where's everything else? Like, this is it. So if these patterns are short, they're just, you can't resize them. So they're working all that type of stuff. I've been decently impressed with some of the patterns. Some of them are like really spot on. Some of them are like, it's a little rough. So if they get some basic additional features, I'll be much more happy with this. If you guys want to try it out for 30 days as well, plotter software. There you go. I've got a Tint Studio code that gives you the software for 30 days, so you can at least maybe get some better patterns or something. All right, and then we're gonna cut this out. So now this is basically my whole cut window. I click this button here, which doesn't seem to do anything when I click it, but then the plotter, it doesn't like, it's just like, did I click it? I hope. And then I run, and then my plotter happens to be working. Like there's no, it doesn't blip, it doesn't do anything. It's just like, I hope it works. Then we cross our fingers that our plotter settings are all right. Or else this would be an expensive mistake. Is this the pro version? Oh no, this is film cut. This is regular. So there is a difference between the pro and the regular. The pro is more for vinyl and the other stuff, but it does come with film patterns. They're just different. I told Plotter Depot that's obnoxiously confusing. So they know. Oh, it made a little like... Wonder if it'll do it again. Make a little sound. No? Okay. Alright, Plotter. Make me look crazy, will ya? How much was this one? This one was 16. Which is pretty cheap for a plotter. And this is something I should do a full video on. And I wasn't even sure what the video was going to be. Like, obviously, like, we did, like, the setup live stream and, like, some other stuff. And there's some things about this machine that is just like, oh, okay. The more expensive ones are legitimately worth more for a good reason. And, like, I always assumed that was just like, oh, you get better hardware, right? No, you lose features and, like, actual helpful ones. So I come from a world of just using, like, graph text and stuff. Good God, what am I doing with this? I need a table, man. But then I put stuff on my table, and I need to, like, not do that. How do I do this? I need to just say screw it and, like, push all this stuff off. All right, let me roll this up. So this is from all my headset problems. Got them solved right before I streamed. We'll just shove that there. Those will fall off. These are my keys. I'm going to lose these at the end of the day. That's fine. This is from the Tesla. Never going to use that. And then this can just be... Ooh, glass aid roll. That's fun. Merry Christmas to me. Headphones. All right, that'll give me a little bit more space. Merry Christmas. Don't slide, please. I'm stuck. No. Oh, we'll do that. I'm so dumb. See, that's where it all falls apart. There we go. Just gotta get these quarters out of the way. If I get these quarters out of the way without bending my film, I'm more better for it. Then we can take this back window, move that here, and then we can go about all the other goodness, like trimming this off. Just some, not a lot, just some. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna shrink it on the back window, and then we're gonna peel it. But we're gonna trim the border out, because it's helpful. Then if my back glass is dry, get it on there. How is it? Is it? See? What did I say about stream falling apart? Good Lord. All right, I guess we should probably work on the quarters and then let this back glass dry, because I squeegeed it all off and then I default to using like glass aid or something. So I want it to be dry, but now we just spray it a little bit and then we can put sheet on it. But this is going to take a little bit of dry time. It's these side things. These come out so far that it like does this and then blah, so it's hard to reach up there because I don't want to scrape against the paint. Canon. Where's my windows? There's my windows. How much? Oh yeah, how much was the plotter? Cool. Glad we answered that. No problem. All right, quarters first. So this will also tell me if my plotter is cutting out right. And we can bring this over here, so it's not that big of a deal. If I know where my sprayer is. My other one, I burned a hole in the hose, so I'm forced to use one sprayer. You should have some jams going by working. The problem is copyright. I can't play music while I'm tinting. I could play copyright-free music, but it's kind of like, But playing the top 100s would be like a quick, a quick problem. Would you consider coming out to California for doing a 3-day training seminar? Travel for me is really tough right now. I'd be more likely to like host that here. I appreciate that though. I mean, and it is California, so it's, especially if it's Southern California, it'd be a little bit warmer. But I got a baby who's turning 1 next month, and makes it a little tough to travel and everything, so we mostly just set aside travel time for vacations. Can we? Come on. Come on. We need to get 2 hoses again. Alright. So we're going to knock out these quarter windows. We're going to see how those work. We have doubles in case. And I totally lost track of which way they go. So we're going to take a look. Pretty good to me. Oh, yeah. Covered on my end. Yeah. Sweet. That'll work right there. So we're going to spray that. Maybe a little scrub, a little bleach. Go for it. Wow. I wonder how that happened. Thank you for that. No, it just said something and it switched. So the wintertime, drying is just a little bit longer. So I'll tell people 4 or 5 days up to a week in the wintertime. It'll still dry though. Even if it's freezing weather outside, it'll still magically dry. And it's kind of an amazing thing. It's like how? It's like below 0 outside. I don't know. It just does. I've never had frozen windows be a problem in like a way you might think. So if like you pull it outside into freezing weather, it doesn't mess with the glue, it doesn't mess with the film, everything still looks good, it'll still dry out perfectly normal, and you'll be very happy. It just takes longer. So try and squeegee your windows out just a little bit more, like just be more conscious about it. Where in the summertime, you pull it out and you see maybe like a couple of extra spots where the water has just kind of like, you know, there's a little bit more moisture there. So while it's cold, take care of it, because the client is then going to have to sit there looking at that. And you don't want that. You don't want those little irritations. Take care of those. Quarter windows, good. 10 out of 10. So that's one. Let's go over to the other side. We'll do that. My back window is still drying on me. So this, it's like half dried out, and you can still see it's wet. So dry shrink needs to be dry. And 1 o'clock, yeah, we're doing okay. I think we're a little behind, but I think we also started way late. Like I started at like 11. It was a 10 o'clock appointment. We spent some time picking out shades and stuff like that. So we'll be done. Like it's cool too. I got plenty of time to work on this. So I have till like 3, I think. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll be good. I'm curious if it's worth to try and remove tint from my, or bring it to the shop, save a bit of money and overall cost. Removals right now, like if you're asking about here, I'm really careful on removals that I'm taking on right now. They just eat up a ton of time. And I don't like having to even price them where they are. So a removal right now will pretty much cost the same amount as getting your car tinted. So it's like turns like a $250 job into like a $500 job. But some other places will do them for much cheaper, and some will charge by like the hour and stuff. Everybody's different on removals, but depends on where you live. Removals down south can just be a huge pain. You get some terrible ones. So taking it to somebody that knows what they're doing and then retinting it is preferred if the shop is going to do a removal anyways. But it'll always cost a fair amount because nobody really likes doing removals. Yay. I think that's how a fair amount of people find this too. They're like, they have old tint on their car, and then they're like, he's got a removal. And then they see like I do window tint, and then I'm in the area, and they're like, oh shit, I'll just bring it there. And I'm like, I wish. Bring me it when it's nice and clean. But I've done quite a few removals for people. It's just sometimes, man, some of them will take like, I don't know, some will take like an hour, and that's no big deal. But when they all of a sudden will just be like 3 hours worth of scraping and cleaning, and then you're still not sure if it's clean, that's where it's like, it just kills your day. Sweet, quarters are done. Back window is still not completely dry, but it's close. So what do we have left? Windshield is all prepped. As far as that goes, let's throw a towel on the inside then. We're going to use this ugly thing. Because this thing still works well. So they have a big old, looks like they have a big old speaker bar in the front of the windshield. And I'm assuming they've got, just a couple of electronics in this car. So they give me plenty of space, though. Like, that's a lot of room right there at the bottom, more so than on the sides. It's kind of unique. So we're going to pull this, right? Or did they spin it? Oh, no, it's just stuck. There we go. Have you done the roof on one of these? Nope. No, and I'd love to hear some feedback on people that have done these. I don't know, man. There's no border. The border's farther in, so like there's like the way that I know I could get it done, and I don't think I'd be super proud of it. But like, you know, I could kind of cut it out a little bigger and just kind of like, and if that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. But man, there's just a whole lot of glass here, and this edge is like pressing up in some of these spots. So here it's fine, lots of room there, not so much on the side. And the paneling is pressed up by the pillar. So like, what do you have to do then? Remove the pillars to like bring all this, fuck all that. So we're doing everything but the roof, and he didn't express interest in doing the roof. So I got a little lucky with this, but yeah, I wish it was more straightforward. I wish there's a nice border around it, just like there is on the windshield and the quarter windows and the back glass. But sunroof, nope. Let's not do that. I almost wonder if I should rebuy one of these towels just to keep for these, because that is real nice. Did I lose my push stick? Where did I put my push stick? I also use this one. I got quoted $900 for doing it. Yeah, Tesla prices are all over the place, and for good reason. So they're just, I mean, it's not because it's a Tesla. It's genuinely that high because there is a certain level of difficulty with some of the windows. So on the Model S, you're totally fine. On the Model X, you have really unique back doors, for one, and you have a giant windshield. So if you're looking into the windshield of the Model X, it's gigantic. And then you go into the Model 3, and they took that gigantic window and they stuck it on the back. So you need an oversized roll for all of that. And then when you get into this one, all the windows are the front doors are a little big. Windshield, it's a little big, but it's not outside of, like, I don't have to get an oversized roll or anything. And the quarters, everything else is normal. Back window, paneling comes a little tight, but it's pretty straightforward. So everything else is fine. But then they take that giant piece of glass and they slap it on top. And then I'm like, so we're doing everything else but that. So this falls in my standard ceramic pricing. So this is $650 for everything. Canon. Do you think all electric cars will affect window tint jobs due to the water? Water and electric don't mix. No, they're putting so many systems in everything. So it's really up to the particular vehicle, not the fact that they're electric, because there's like tons of sensors, tons of unique systems, and any number of little modules placed in spots that are just not great for window tinters. So it's kind of like you don't really know where those are until you have a problem with them. But something like a Tesla, they've been pretty straightforward compared to everything else. It's not because they're electric. It's just they like to put lots of sensors. Some cars can potentially cost more because of the model. Yep, for sure. My IROC getting higher quotes because of the T-tops. Yeah, so that's what is it IROC Corvette or is it IROC Camaro? It's an older one though, right? Is that like the 90s one? It was either Corvette or Camaro. One of the two. Like 90% sure. Okay, let's get some film. Film's gone. Oh yeah, we cut it out. So the back glass is already dry. Camaro. Ah, yep. So the older Camaro was like the bubbly, or like it's a bubbly back window. It's not as hard if you know what you're doing with it, but it took me a long time to learn what to do a little bit different. But it is, oh, maybe I'm thinking of the 90s then. Maybe it's a little bit older than I'm even thinking. So when you start getting back that old, age has everything to do with it too. So the older the vehicle is, they just had a lot of design and styling quirks back then. So modern cars, you can still have a difficult modern car, but a lot of them kind of follow the same similar, easy to handle design. So there's room in the seals. They go straight up and down a lot of times. There's just a lot of wiggle room with some cars. And you do a lot more of them. So the older cars, you just don't get them as often. So that kind of, like, you're like half relearning little tricks and finesse with a car that old. And then there's just like the window shape and how curved and everything else, T-tops. It's just out of everybody's regular workflow. So you're definitely going to get quoted higher for stuff like that. Not out of the norm. But it's good too, because shops know what they're getting into and they want to do a good job. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, even now when people call me about like old station wagons and stuff, I'm like, be honest, I don't specialize in it. It's usually what I say. And then they don't necessarily realize, and then I hit them with the price, and then they're like, oh, I didn't think it'd cost that much. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I pretty much got to make a full day out of it. Because I want to do a good job. And unfortunately, just the way I'm set up, I have to make a choice. Either I pull in like a couple of regular cars that I know I can knock out no problem, or I take on like a super unique job where I'm probably going to curse and scrap a lot of film, and then I'm going to spend like most of a day even doing it. You tell me which one you'd pick. All right, so not much curvature. I had an old Eclipse back window kick my butt. Oh yeah, Eclipses are pretty notorious for that one. I always like to throw this out there. My younger brother came up with this one. He flipped a roll sideways, and he was able to, like, at least on a particular Eclipse, the back window was like, because I have a video on an old Eclipse, and I did it like a normal back window, but it's not as wide as it is tall, so you could flip a roll sideways and have a much easier time shrinking it that way. That was really smart. I'm like annoyed that I don't just catch that all the time. Like I don't think of that, but I appreciate when other people are like, hey, you can do this. And I'm like, oh, duh. I should have done that. Ah! Gotcha. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, legitimately got me.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99. Master Matt. Impressive skill sets for
Thank
such
you,
a
sir.
young whippersnapper. My hat off for you, although I'm bald. My best
Such a
coming
young
from an old
whippersnapper.
fart like me Kuya. Hurrah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much. Young whippersnapper. What was that? Oh, you know, just our super chat fog machines. All right, so we have some little modules here, black and blue. Black and blue. So like, there's some shit here, right? I'm gonna take some extra shielding tape or whatever, and we're gonna put this up here, just because it's gonna get sprayed, or there's gonna be spray happening around it. So, who does more colors, me or my brother? Probably my brother. 'Cause he is at my dad's shop, where they're just slinging cars at him all day, every day. But he's got a small team with him now, so that makes it easier. They got a little tint factory going now, which is good. Building a team is really hard, or can be, because like, I mean, it really is unfair. There are tint shops that are looking for good people, but for whatever reason, when shops put out like, hey, we're trying to hire somebody, you'll often get people that are just like, with, you know, mixed drive. It's like a job. They aren't really considering it like a career, and I'm like, I can understand why you might not look at it as a career, and that's fine, but like, there's a fair amount of work that goes into learning this, and you really need to be committed to at least putting effort into it. But if you're just like, yeah, I'm just making whatever an hour, it's like, it's probably not for you. So those are the main things. Pretty much everything where the, like, because water's gonna like fall, rush down here. So I wanted to make sure like those little modules and stuff are pretty covered up. I noticed this little rubber gasket here, I can tuck behind here, but when the paneling was like in the way, this was really hard to kind of like pry back a little bit. So now we got a lot of room. So we're gonna put it a little bit lower, slide it up behind this gasket, and then we should be able to get it. How does this back window work? Can I stop it and then just like, okay, that's helpful. I'm trying to decide if I want to pull it off of a peel board or if I want to pick it up off the back window. I think we might just do it off the peel board. Boom. Oh yeah, that went back down. Okay, no problems there. We'll take it off. We'll put it over on the glass. We'll peel it there. I like working alone. Yeah, there's definitely a strong part of it. Like, I like being able to handle a lot of it myself, because, you know, when you have people that you're always having to like look over their shoulder to make sure that they're doing good work and stuff, that gets really tedious and annoying, and I hate that. But on the other hand, when you have people that are actually competent, man, they'll make your life so much easier. So I go back and forth. There's those days where it's like, I wish I could have somebody to just do all this. Because, you know, when you're not doing it, it's not getting done. It's a bummer. It's a big bummer. But sometimes when you have other people do it, it makes you lazy. Okay, so we're gonna slide some film up there. Used to have a buddy helping me, but I had to fix too many of his mistakes. That's a hard situation to be in, because like they're your buddy, So you don't want to have to like, yeah. That's unfortunate. All right. So we're going to clay this off. And then, what time is it? 1:23. So as long as this goes well and this fits, we'll be done. There we go. So we're gonna clean these off, spray them. Somebody had an interesting comment. Getting hired at Kia as a tech, want to set up a tint program, but I'm not sure how to do it without getting screwed. I don't have a good answer for you because dealerships are very bottom line. They squeeze every penny that they can. So even a tint shop getting like contracted to handle a dealership, some are actually nice and give you a good margin. But they've been through the struggles, or they have some owner that actually kind of understands like there's a little bit more to it, and they want happy customers. So the way that they look at their tinting is like, okay, we're able to provide an extra service to our customers, and we don't care so much about the margin. We just want to make our customers gleefully happy, because then they'll buy another car from us. Most dealerships are like, they got your money, and yeah, they want to make you happy, because that's how they get repeat business. But, you know, if they're offering a service that's going to take up time and space, then obviously that costs money. So it really depends, but starting some type of a service there, and then just like while you're a tech, I mean, unless you, like, if you already know how to tint, that's one thing, but if you don't and you're kind of like figuring it out on their dime too, like, that's kind of tough all the way around. What I would do instead is probably not be a tech and just try and focus on tinting, or just tinting on the side outside of business hours. Unless you can swing something so you can learn on their dime and you understand that that's the value there, is you have different cars that you can, and time that you can learn on, and then you go and maybe start your own thing in the future, but it's tough. What do you think about $5,000 rent for a shop? Totally depends on where you are, and what's included and everything. 5,000 is you know, a decent chunk, but it's very, I'd say very normal for some of the places around here. Even like it depends. It depends on if you're doing like location. So if your building is like, it's on a main road, it's got lots of traffic, those things come at a big premium. And typically more than it's worth, but if you can make it look like nice and pretty and you'll get some good walking traffic, then that'll make it worth it. But I don't know. A lot of places around here, like, you know, people see businesses all the time, and most of them get ignored until like you do a map search and you're like, oh yeah, I did drive past that place. You know what I mean? So it can't hurt because it's easily accessible. So, but most of your traffic will probably come from like regular online business, or like maps and whatever else, referrals, all that good stuff. So it's expensive, but it depends on how big of a shop you're kind of getting into. How much square footage, how many cars you could take on. If you're like going from 0 to like $5,000 a month in rent, it's a good chunk, and it's going to be tough unless you have like a big buffer built up. But shoot, I mean, some stores don't open up for under $100,000, right? Like they'll remodel a whole showroom and everything. So, like, it's tough to say. This place is $2,400 a month. It is 3,300 square feet, and that sounds awesome. This whole space already came with those lights. It had the floors. It was all open here, and I have a good enough area for people to wait up front, and it's pretty big. So like I have a good sized space here for $2,400 a month. However, there's no front door. It's all like back storage, like it's made for like business storage and stuff like that. So, or like back workshop things. So it's not really expected to have retail traffic in a spot like this. So price was good, but there's some downsides. But as far as like options to pick from at the time, man, there's just nothing to pick from. Not within a certain radius. So I took the jump into something, like I was looking into like $1,000 to like 1,200, somewhere in there. I was like, that would be pretty comfortable for me. So I was like 24, but when you break it down, it's like, okay, it's an extra $1,000 a month. What's the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario is I have no business with too much space, but at $1,000 more, I don't think that's a price tag that's not like 10 grand scary to me. It's like, okay, we can figure it out. So I signed a shorter lease on it, and I am more than happy I moved into a space like this because I can continue to do what I do, and it's really quiet. Unless we have crickets. All right. So it turns out that the plotted pattern fit great. I got no issues with that. Sweet, this went really good. So now we got the rest of the stream to button everything up and focus on the windshield. That's awesome. Everything else went really good on this. Very happy. You need the dabs tinting some cars. It can be stressful at times. But yeah, do tint for dealerships, and you make way more money. Make way more money at home. Oh yeah, but don't tint for dealership. Yeah, that's generally been my experience. Like, some pay good, and a lot of them don't. So some of them treat it like an hourly job. Oh yeah, I need 35. We gotta break up that 35. It's a roll we haven't gotten yet. It's this one. So, dealerships, they're a cluster, chaotic nightmares. They're just like, you're like their last concern. Like, they don't care about the window tinter. And why would they? They have 1 million cars to sell. They have people with like scratched paint. They're trying to deliver this. They can't get inventory. It's just they have 500 things that they got to worry about. 99 problems and tint ain't one. That's a lot of dealerships. It's not a problem until like the customer of theirs is yelling at them about the job or something like that. It looks. Imagine if you're experienced tinter, you could do car wraps. It looks like the tinting process. You could potentially being able to. Window tinting is very different from vinyl wrapping, actually. Wow, that is the laziest fly I think I've ever swatted. So there's parts of it that are similar, but it's very different to learn. So like window tint versus, oh, there he goes. So it's not a skill that you can just add on. And then also like bringing in clients. This has been kind of helpful. So I've always been curious about like, you know, other tint shops bringing in vinyl work. And my dad's shop has done a pretty hard push into trying to get vinyl work. And it's been a challenge for them, actually. And then there's a ton of, like, material problems right now. So it's just hard to get lots of vinyl. So many shortages. So window tint, like, there's, like, the film similarities, right? So it's like I'm putting an automotive film, but, like, with vinyl, you're stretching it, and there's different things to learn. But it's definitely something that you can learn and kind of be a jack of all film trades. I like to specialize, but because, like, you know, more skills, more money? Not necessarily. It's more like one kind of offsets the other one. So in like what you hope is like in the wintertime or like when it's slower, you get more vinyl work to kind of compensate for like the lack of one. So it's like, oh, I got this instead of that. So it's like broadening out your reach. But when you're working on one versus working on the other, one's going to make you more money. So when you kind of just focus more on that one skill, you'll do really well there, and then have somebody else take on the extra work, and then you're making more money. That would be my suggestion, because I've done like paint protection film, a little bit of vinyl work, but mostly window tint. And when I was doing paint protection film, it was that trade-off. I would constantly get thrown back and forth between window tinting and paint protection film, and at the end of the day, our weeks weren't any better. It was just like, you know, a number of paint protection problems versus a number of window tinting problems. At the end of the day, it is what it is. You know, I forgot to even talk about how to squeegee. We got so far. I forgot to do it. So this is a 36 inch tall roll, and my edges are pretty close. So it's about the size of like, I mean, it's bigger than a lot of trucks and SUVs. It's just tall. So you're dealing with a lot of material. It's not like a little more intermediate on the shrinking. It's not like overly curved, but it's just like a lot of glass. It probably gives you a nice view of it though, 'cause I'm on the floor right now. Probably crease the hell out of this machine. Nah, yeah, maybe. It's tall, but it's like easy. It's pretty easy going. see if we can put a phone feature to work. Hey Siri, remind me in 10 minutes to talk about squeegee.
Okay.
Sweet. We'll see if that works. Or just ask me and like when I'm about to do it. That's helpful too. So you see that wave? See how it's just kind of like all laying down even? When you can kind of like catch that wave and just get it all to just go, that's what you're really looking for when you're shrinking. And sometimes I can get that with like most of the windshield or most of a back window. But like then you kind of get into these spots where more and more starts to bunch up. So then you just kind of start finessing it with some like pole shrinking or blow some air underneath it. See how it all kind of balloons? It helps like give you a nice even surface because there's all these like peaks and valleys, right? So when you're shrinking, a lot of times you're hitting all the peaks first. Starts to make it shrink funny. So you're trying to just wiggle your heat into the whole thing. You don't want to give any one spot too much heat. Then it'll start to like peak together and burn. Because the material underneath didn't get shrunk, the material on top is getting overheated. Like the top of that hill is getting overly heated. So yeah, it's a tall windshield for sure. But it's all like it's got a nice even bow to it. So there's not a single point on this thing to me where it like just kind of does a sharp curve at the end and really screws you up. It's just keep doing what you're doing all the way through. I think the trickiest part for me here is actually trying to get like a good position. Usually I can stand on the sill, but it's too far towards the edge. But here, this is okay. This is comfortable. So with pole shrinking, all I'm doing is this. Just like, it's here, now it's here, and then just like lightly pulling on it. And what that does is instead of like all these defined, stuck down hills and whatever, I'm all freeing it off the glass. And then I'm just putting a little tension on it. I'm shrinking it right past where it's touching the glass. And then once you get that wave going, see it all starts to smooth out? That's what you're looking for. You're just trying to get it to go glassy smooth. So you're not even really seeing it do much until you let go. And then it'll be closer to the glass than it was before. So where shrinking the individual fingers is more of like, you can see it getting closer to the glass. Pulling, lifting, you don't see it as much anymore. But when you let it go, you'll see it. You'll see how much closer it is to the glass. And then it should be smooth. How do you prepare the matrix? I don't do anything unique to the matrix. I just leave it. It is what it is. There's a number of ways to maybe help it. None of them really seem to do very well. I think one of the best things that you can do is like leave it out in the sun, let it bake, and then bring it back in and then press it down while it's fresh. The problem is like it's like 50 degrees, so like this isn't gonna dry for a while. But we also don't have a matrix on this one. So the other option is like a glue. You just gotta make sure your glue is UV resistant, because some people talk about Elmer's glue, and like Elmer's glue is not UV resistant. So like it'll yellow. You leave it out in the sun, it's like, it's the glass, then the glue, then the tint. So one of the reasons tint actually blocks out 99% of UV is because there's UV inhibitors in the glue or the film or somewhere in there made to protect the film itself, because it's just sitting out in the sun and it's getting all beat to hell. It's hot, lots of UV. Like, you leave your clothes or something sitting outside in the sun, and then like leave something sitting in the middle, and then just go pick them up, and then you'll see like a clear fade spot where like all the dyes and stuff, they sun fade. Same thing with film, so it needs something to protect it. Does the heater back there warm the space well? It's okay. It's not great, but it gets the job done. So I'll turn on like the front heater and the back one. This space, like, it stays pretty well insulated from the outside. So like in the wintertime, when it's cold, when it finally gets cold and like stays cold, yeah, it'll be cold in here, and I'll usually have a hoodie on. But I'll turn the heater on, and it'll help out some. It'll warm the space up, but if I open the door, most of that heat kind of leaves, and then it's got to do its thing again. So the less I have to do that, that helps. But the front space, I'll leave the heater on there too, so it kind of front and back. This place was $2,400 a month, and I've seen a lot of other places. I'd be a little farther out, and I'd probably be spending like $4,000 for like something that looked noticeably better, had some frontage, and seemed to get the, was a lot better on like all that stuff. Oh, how long have you been working by yourself? Not long. Not long. I've worked with a lot of companies and shops. So I started working for my dad's company initially, and then that's where I learned how to tint. And then eventually partnered up with like a mobile company, and then that's where I got a lot of broad experience. You see so much more. You just see like, oh, this sales guy at this store versus this sales guy at another store, this shop down this street versus this shop at another one. And then it's just like, they all kind of, some of them are very unique and special, and a lot of them are all kind of like the same. So I really liked that about it. I learned a lot. So at least I could feel like I can talk about so many different types of like tinting situations. So I had to deal with a lot of them myself. And, some things, they just don't really matter that much. Like, do you need a super clean space to tint cars? No, you really don't. It helps, but you don't need it. Tinted in a lot of small places. Literally tinted in a wood shop bay. There's some things that really did matter though. So if they were literally cutting like sound boxes, like sub boxes, yeah, that's a no-no. I'm gonna have stuff in my tint. But if the airflow is kept down and things can be allowed to settle, then you can put out a good tint job. Did the car have to get washed beforehand? Nope. Is it as good as the stuff that comes out of here? No, probably not. There's going to be a few little things here or there that quite aren't as good. But for a lot of people, it was good enough. I'd do like 5 cars in a day out of that spot. Some of them with full windshields, most of them just complete, I make good money out of there. Made so much money out of that little space. So, I don't know. I always had that feeling like a long time ago. Is like, you know, you can have like a lot of stories go back to my dad's shop. You can have he's got a 6,000 square foot building. He's got a good sized space. And at the time, a lot of work, a lot of money would come out of one bay. And I'm just like, why are we here? Why don't we move to a smaller space? Less overhead. Like far less overhead. That place needs to clear like 12 grand a week to break even with all the overhead and stuff like that. So at the end of the week, you know, you're doing like 15 to 500. You know, you have a bad tint day, then you round it up with like 3. And then at the end of the week, you're like, how do we do? And you're like 14. And we made a little money. And you're like, I worked my ass off, man. I don't want to keep working my ass off and feeling like we're still at nowhere. Like we literally did this much in work. We did this much in work, and then it's like at the end of the day, it's like you're still stressed about bills. And I'm like, I don't want to work like that. So, not fun. They're a lot better now, though. They're doing really good. They got a lot of volume work, but it took a long time to get to that point. So I slightly burnt the edge right there. All that means is like it curled in a lot. So I just wanted to kind of round it out before I install it. So take off the little burnt chunk, and then it'll all lay down real nice. No, like, nothing to be like concerned about. But if you have a really significant like burn on the edge, it's just like all the film starts to like crumple up. You just got to chop it off. And hopefully that doesn't create a light gap. So that's one reason you want like a little border around all your film. Wow, that's huge. Yeah, that's why, like, you know, somebody asked, like, is $5,000 a lot for rent? It just depends on the size of business that you have and what you want to do. I mean, there's places that are far more than that in rent, but they just do a massive amount of work. So it makes sense. Like, they just like, yeah, we're here. We need space to pull in, like, you know, 20 cars in a day. We have the people to support it, and like we just need to stay busy. So all of a sudden that like $5,000 in rent isn't a big deal. But if you're just like a one-man show and what you do is just kind of like very easy going, then yeah, it's like you don't need that amount of space. But the space that you have, you make it look super nice. Something that I would love to do. So, and those places, when you start to see some of the unique things that they do, it's not just tint. It's like they'll have 2 PPF guys. They'll have 2 vinyl guys. They'll have 4 window tinters. Like, or when you're talking about like detailing, it's like you'll just have a fleet of detailers. And like window tinting can be an afterthought. And it's like, oh yeah, we just kind of add that in. I mean, a really good example is like, go to Chicago Auto Pros channel. I know how much they said at the time that place was to rent. Like it's, and it's just outside of Chicago. It's expensive, but they have big ticket jobs in there all day. Like that is what they do. They do full PPF jobs. They do full vinyl. They do full window tint. They do full paint corrections, ceramic coatings. Like they do everything. And they need a big team to do it. So, you know, $5 grand, and it's for like that type of work, that'd be nothing. It'd be like, sweet, I'll get paid off at one job. Where some people, you gotta work a week to pay your rent. Cap. Oh, Chicago Auto Pros. Cap. That's a good way to say it. Does Modesta ceramic ceramic coatings, and there's a couple other things. Yeah, the scale of their work is nuts. It's cool. We had a tint class there, and it was super cool just to be around there and just see what they do as a business. And I'll tell you, some of the problems behind the scenes is like stuff that you see at every shop. It's unavoidable. It's like, oh, this is like the main guy that does all of this stuff, and then they're trying to train 3 other people in the background, and they're crossing their fingers that those people work out, and like, you know, it's still the same type of stuff. It's just way scaled up too. So that was kind of cool to see. But at the same time, it's like, you know, the one of the ways that they got there is just they always put a lot of care and effort into any job that they had, and they worked their butts off to get there. So sometimes you see some of these shops with really nice cars, and you're just like, how did they get that clientele? Well, they didn't really compromise on pricing. They worked their asses off to get there. They probably sacrificed a lot of personal stuff to get there too. I don't want to be that extreme though. So I like a happy mix between work and then chill. So like, yeah, but you have to try and charge accordingly for it all. Excuse me, mirror. All right, so we're almost ready to put this on. And we could talk about a couple of things. We could talk about reverse rolling again. And we could talk about squeegeeing. So I got a couple reminders on that. So reverse rolling was really a tricky thing for me to learn. And I get better every day. But with reverse rolling, it's kind of magical. I know I've talked about it quite a few times, but I haven't talked about it in a little bit. So this takes longer to set up than just like picking up all the film and slapping it in. And that's how I used to do windshields. I really like doing them that way still because it's faster. It's faster, and there's part of it that, in my opinion, is cleaner. That's just because, like, you just peel it off and then squeegee it in. You're good. But the problem is carrying that much material and not getting any creases in it, because this is a big old windshield and it's falling all over the place. So, like, the more practical way is to, like, roll it all up into a tube so it's got a lot of structure. If that makes sense. So you like roll it up like a poster. So this is the part which I don't like as much, and that's I gotta put the liner right back down on the film. So it's like you peel it up, you pull it back down, and then get it into place. And you don't have to squeegee it back down, but you don't want it to move very much. So that's kind of what it should look like. And then you got to go do the same thing on the other side. Do you consider yourself successful? Yes, absolutely. Actually, between this year and last year, I had, like, when I started this place, I was like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to cover all the bills. I think I will be. You know, I had a lot of other stuff. You know, I was still tinting at the glass shop to, like, okay, you know, if all this falls flat on its face, I still have that to lean back on to, like, help maintain until I don't have to pay for the shop anymore or whatever. But I had a much stronger upside potential, and, like, the whole streaming part was just like, nobody's been doing that. Not for this. So I didn't know how it would all mix together. So, but now at this point, it's all at a place right now where it's self-sustaining. I can just relax and keep it going. And I want to help make it grow, but I'm really trying to do that with things that are not super stressful to, like, take on. So, like, that's why I haven't really tried to expand, like, in, like, trying to bring extra people on. I want to make sure everything's cool here before it's like, okay, now I can start trying to maybe teach somebody else here and feed an extra family or something like that. But I definitely never want it to be to the point where it's like I have to basically pick and choose, where it's like, sorry, I need to actually do this on stream, so you're not going to be able to do anything right now while I'm doing that. So that was a big thing. So now it's just a matter of, like, as long as everything at least maintains, it's all good. Now it's just a matter of, like, refining and growing it. So it's fun. It has its stressful days, though, I'll tell you. Would you believe that being extra particular on stream brings in extra particular clients, too? So even with bringing my A game here and there, I've had stuff that I still have to fix. I don't like when that happens, but it still happens. Because I really, really care about the job that's going on this car, or else I don't think I'd even stream it. But I really care about their opinion of it too, so I don't want anybody to feel like they're unhappy with any type of a job. So then I have to then make time to make sure it gets done right, which, you know, we talked about removals, all that. Gotta make time for all that. What was that? Okay, why are you beeping at me? I probably bumped the shifter, but I don't see anything yet because it's all covered. So, oh, come on, for the love of God. Canon. Guys, no! So sorry. Okay, so I'm really sorry. This is literally the only way I can talk to you guys. My GoPro ran out of juice. Good God, what is up with windshields and a battery dying? Canon. So, like, you can watch it from there, but I'm really sorry. But I can talk to you guys from here, but I'm sorry, man. I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad that literally I think one of the most interesting parts of the whole install, my camera died. Canon. But it's going on. Okay. Alright, this should take about 30 seconds. Time me. Sorry. So these batteries have been dying at about like the 2.5 hour mark, I think, maybe 3 hours. And they used to make it through like a full stream. So I got some replacements, but I need to put Velcro on them. So give me a second to fire this bad boy back up. And then okay, I think it'll mostly work. Seems a little slow. Ah! I can't answer that. I'm sorry. I'm right in the middle of the windshield. Why isn't it ringing on my phone? It should ring on my phone. Alright, so all we did was unroll it like a poster. I mean, which is, I think, a super cool part, but I'm sorry. Oh, I missed a call. Thanks, Watch. Why aren't you letting me answer them? So I also got it as lined up as I possibly could. And now we're gonna squeegee it out. So, in regards to like squeegeeing, all I'm doing is like there's a pull and there's a push. So keep the squeegee at like a lower angle to the glass, and you just put some pressure and you just all you're doing is trying to push all the stuff out. That's all you're doing. So you do it in kind of like a uniform way. So what you want to avoid is air trails. So there's all these little like squiggly, bubbly waves going on here. And so imagine like this was all one big pool of water and you tapped in the middle and then just a ripple effect went out. That's kind of what you're aiming for. Doesn't have to be that exact pattern, but notice how I'm kind of going up at a swoop. It just keeps everything from like, so like if I do a squeegee all the way across and then a big air trail, like big bubble swoops back up and then I press it out, a lot of times it'll leave like an air streak behind. It depends on weather. So if it's like really hot outside, your window will dry much faster. If it's cold, that doesn't happen near as much. So when you get your film on the glass, you want to just get it stuck and squeegee it out as quick as you can, and you don't really want to leave it sitting for reasons like that, because it starts tacking up to the window and funny things can happen. But it's colder. I had a good idea of what was going on. I think I had a couple of seconds to like jump over there, change the battery out, and then we're good. And then I missed the call. See, you see what I do, guys? Miss business calls. Missing work. Missing somebody going, can you get my car in today? Or it could be another Tesla. I don't know. But I don't know why it was ringing on the phone and then it wouldn't pick up on my watch. That's kind of like a big problem. Because this is one reason I got this, was it should be able to just keep doing the same. And I think it has in the past, but it's being stupid right now, so I don't know what the heck. I don't know what the heck, dude. It's Apple. It just works, right? No? Oh. That's what they told me at the store. It just works. It just works. Where's my... I need a card. I put it down somewhere. It's probably in the back. Something that's not gonna scratch. What time is it? 2. We're doing good. So there's that little sensor here, or like, I mean the little. There's the whole camera system here. So there's like a little spot underneath where you can like sneak the film there and squeegee that out. I wouldn't go above that though. When you're messing with visual camera systems, something about putting tint in the way just never really sounded like a good idea. So I'd have to literally remove that whole system to tint behind it, and then there's recal issues. So don't screw with those too much. As soon as you remove some of these camera systems, they require a recalibration because there's like self-driving, there's like radar, cruise control, and all sorts of other like auto features. It needs it. So I don't understand it all, and I don't want to, because I don't want to remove it and then have to pay however much for like a recal. Okay, can I answer a phone now? Hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? Okay. Sure. Yes. I could work with you on it. What kind of film did we do initially? Do you remember? What, we did the entry? Oh, okay. I was just curious because like that can sometimes help. My carbon will just remove a little bit easier than some of the other ones. My other question was like, so going a little bit darker is like jumping to 20%. So or like we have 20 already, and that goes to 5. My next step down is literally 5 over the back. I don't have anything in between. Oh, okay, so you just want it to go like as dark as possible. Okay, I gotcha. Hang on one second. Can I call you back in a little bit, actually? I'm like right in the middle of a live stream, so I can, once I get this card all sorted, I can give you a call back and figure things out. Okay, sounds good. Yep, no problem. Bye. If I put 15 on 35, would that make it? Oh, I don't even know. Offhand, I'm not sure. You can multiply 0.15 times 0.35, and you'll have a rough estimate. So, yeah, I just had a phone call. I did a Ram and like a few weeks ago, and they want to go darker on it. So they instead of doing 20 on the back, they want to do limo over the back, and that brings up like an interesting question too. Like, you know, there's you try and do as good as you can to try and like. There's so much that goes into it. You try and figure out what is going to look like what you think that they want to go with. And like I try not to weigh in too heavily on that conversation because I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to try and talk them into something darker. I just try and stay pretty objective about it. So inevitably you're going to get somebody that wants to like change the shades. They're just like, yeah, I'm just not super happy with the shade. I wish I went darker. So in those situations, that's totally up to you. You have every right to just charge a full removal and a retint. But the other way to look at it is they already paid for the job and they're happy with the work. It's just you want them to be more happy. So try and figure something out. Because it's expensive. When you talk about it's a lot of work too. It's expensive to get the full thing redone, or like the full back, so it's a truck, so it's not as bad as what it could be. So that's like the silver lining about it. I don't know how. There's just one little. Right, we're gonna try and salvage this. So just here. You really don't give me a lot to work with, do you? There. There's like slightly bigger speck right on the edge. I'm hoping is that I can just flush this down a little bit again. And hopefully we'll be good. I don't want to do much more than that. But I was going to try and come up with something, but then I realized I'm just spitballing right now. I want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I put myself in some sort of weird situation that nobody's going to be really happy with. So I wonder what the other phone call was then. How do you go about matching factory? Do you ever not get a great match? Yep, sometimes. Sometimes I don't get a great match. It depends on the car. So it's nice to have a couple of different films. So like it's a personal thing. Some people just factory match everything with their 20 and everything. And in most cases, like with US cars, in most cases you're close enough to where it's fine. But there's some where they'll be a little bit lighter, they'll be a little bit meh. Like it's too far off. So like somebody will want your carbon and then you put it on and then it's just the coloring of the film just doesn't quite look as good on the inside. Some people will notice it, some people will just be entirely clueless about it. So I'll generally just take the approach that I'll stick with the film that they requested, and then if I notice something that looks like way off, I'll talk to them about it. I'll just bring out and be like, hey, the hue of this film just isn't going to match your factory as much. And sometimes that's meant like I've installed Pro Classic instead of like a carbon, or I've installed carbon instead of ceramic. But that little difference there, it's like, you know, there's like a few things to be expected, I think, with any tint job, and that's like it should just look good. And if there's something that makes it like not look near as good and match like the rest of the car or something, like that's a problem that needs to be addressed. $35 matched the best on an Escalade. 20 was too dark. Oh, interesting. Sometimes those things are usually 20, and I've had them as dark as like 15. But yeah, sometimes stuff like that can happen. So you never really know until you get like the film on the glass or you've done a bunch of them. So I had a guy that came in, and like we were talking about carbon and ceramic, and he was already planning on getting ceramic based on what was talked about over the phone. And then he got here and he was like, yeah, I really want to make sure, like, I'm cool with pretty much any of the films. Ceramic sounded cool, but like my main concern is I want the coloring to be very similar. So I just don't want it to be super far off. And I was like, I gotcha. So I put up a couple samples and we figured out that the 20 carbon worked the best, and that was on a Toyota. No, wait, was it 20? No, it was 35. It was 35 because his back windows were a little bit lighter than that, so they were like 28. It was one of those dealies. So like 35 carbon worked out really, really nice for him. He was very happy with it. All right, so we got a couple little thingies here on the side. The post I made in the group is taken off. Uh-oh. Congrats for going tint viral. If it was a limo windshield, then it usually works pretty well. $20 in the front, 3 all around. Oh, okay. That's not the most offensive thing that I've seen. Just keep in mind, don't be respectful of others. There's a lot of people coming from a lot of different places, so something we don't tolerate in the group is just rattling everybody up within reason. Like if you're gonna post something like that, I've just kind of like taken a hands-off approach. I don't care as much. Just be nice, that's all. There's a nice way to have a discussion, and then there's a shit way to have a discussion, so that goes with everybody else that's commenting on it. What's the most impressive car you've ever tinted? I don't think it's as good of a list as you might hope. I had a pretty cool day. It was, fucking shit. Hang on. Wow, towel. Wow, towel. You almost just screwed up my whole back window. Or my windshield. Never mind. Wow, that was definitely unexpected, huh? Where's my... Did we pull it away? This. I just started to flip the end of my tin up. Hopefully that didn't get too far out of control. Ah, that's what it is. being not careless, but I mean, that's kind of shitty. There we go. The rest of it came up easy. Almost had a pretty horrible problem. Whew. Okay, good. That wouldn't have been fun. The towels, I mean, the ropes and stuff, they're great for keeping everything safe. Just when you pick them up, they're like, there's a lot of pressure down there. I know I had a lot of room, but geez, not fun. Oh wait, no shit. You gotta be kidding me. No, it's dead. Dead windshield. Rip. No, that fucked my windshield. Well, now it's cleaner. Alright, let's go again. Well, boys, it's one of those streams. Fuck me. No, that was the car. Car makes car sounds, 51%. Still going okay. Well, let's let this thing hang for a little bit, and then we'll get back to it. Yikes. That's not fun. That's really not fun, especially right around that time. So, careless and unexpected, pulled the rope, and it just had enough of that, and it just flipped up the bottom edge. And most of it was fine, but there is a spot that looked like it got slightly crunched, which means that there's like a little something there, right at the bottom. That was not good. That did not look good. And it's not like it's a windshield. You're always going to be looking out of it. So it's like, I'm not trying to pawn off a dumb little mistake on a job like this. So, be more careful next time. Self. It's more the time. Film is one thing, but it's like the effort and the time to like get back there is like, it hurts. Because it was right there at the end, but we'll hopefully be better for it. Is that knifeless tape? No, you still need a knife. Glass aid. You cut on it, and it just helps keep the windshield safe. Well, we did it once, we can do it again, but hopefully the right way. So, if you guys wanted to see, like, the full windshield being rolled on with the battery, should be okay this time. I think we'll make it through. We'll be okay. It's not the hardest thing to shrink, a little more practice. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that, actually, a lot. Some people see this and go, oh, I don't need that. So that's fine. I wasn't trying to sell it to you anyways. But, especially if you have to redo a windshield, you don't want to cut on it twice. How long do most cars take to cure in the winter? Depends. Usually 4 or 5 days. You could have like a sub-zero week. And, won't be all that bad. Usually the same, but you can take up to a week. Sometimes, like if we had an extra cold week and there's still like a couple little water pockets, that's generally like it's not unheard of, and it can happen. It's just, you know, just a little clumped together. But, eh. Generally, up to like a week is something where I'm like, I don't really want to push that off. Like, it's obviously bugging them, or else you wouldn't get a phone call about it. Redoing the shield? Yes. GoPro. All right, we're gonna speed this along too. So, instead of waiting here for a windshield to dry, we can use a heat gun. Still takes time, but like a hairdryer. Just help speed it along. Yes. I got my car tinted. Noticed some particles in the back. Have you ever had that happen? Every window tinter has had that happen. Yep. Probably what it is. The only way to fix it is to get it redone. It's what we all fight against. How do you explain how do you explain perfect tint jobs are impossible? Just do the best you can. Most people are understanding. Some people aren't. But in those cases, it's just like, I mean, do the best you can. If you try and make a customer happy and then they're just not being happy at the end of the day, like no matter what you do, then I mean, it sucks. But I mean, the best you can do at that point is typically remove your film and just give them their money back. Here's some people that have been tinting for a very long time. They've never, ever issued a refund. It's like, okay. I guess, maybe. I just left it like that because I don't want to risk ruining the defrosters. I feel like that's such an overblown thing. I mean, there's always that, like, disclaimer attached to it. Like, yeah, this might ruin your defrosters. But, man, I think that happens so infrequently. So, like, I would still give that disclaimer to a customer. I think a small percent, I don't know. Like, it's just, at least up north, we just don't see that often. And we need defrosters here. Like, people like their defrosters. Not everybody, but you know what I mean? Like, you need most of it. Or at least it's nice to have. We got snow. Leave your car remote started for a good half an hour before you go drive it. By then, the 6 inches of snow is finally starting to melt off. But even after all that, like, very few times, and this goes with like old tint, just everything. It's like most defrosters are pretty well made. Like they stay in place, so it's totally fine. But you never know when you're gonna have that, like, that one car where they fall off. Like, I've had that happen too in very unexpected times, but you just kind of play the odds there. I wouldn't necessarily, like I said, as a shop, cover your own ass, and you can give that disclaimer. But as far as like the person getting it done, you're probably gonna be fine. think the part that's got me the most sad is like everything was going so well. We get to that windshield, and then there's a dumb thing that happened, and now it's like, ah. And it's like, just want to make sure I wasn't lollygagging too much, because now it's like, but we'll make sure it's good. Spend some time talking about reverse rolling and shrinking and having a good time, and oh shoot, we gotta go a little faster back to where we were so we can focus on the install again. But this is good too, because you can kind of see, like, you know, when you have to push yourself back to where you were, then that's no good. All right, half moving on over. So, like, if you ever wonder, like, doesn't seem like at your speed you can tint that many cars in a day. I usually tint at a lax speed. So when you really have to just kind of crank down, get stuff done, it's where you see just more an uppity pace. Push things a little closer, a little faster. Did you get a crease or contamination? It was when I pulled the towel, of all things. The bottom edge flipped, and it did it in a really bad spot. And it kind of put like a small, like, schmutz thingy from the towel, along with some real small creases. And it's just, that's unforgivable. So we gotta just redo it. How many do you do? I usually just set aside time for 2. But if I didn't care as much, I mean, not didn't care as much, but just like, yeah, I guess didn't care as much. I don't know. Like, I wasn't putting out bad work. I was just moving a lot faster, and I don't feel like moving at that pace much anymore. I like taking some time and legitimately putting some more detail work into cars, and I think they've gotten better for it. But it is definitely more tedious to do all this. Sounds like when you use a bulldozer and then pulls the tint. That's exactly what happened. Yep, 100%. Just with a towel. I'm still going to use the same towel. I'm always careful of how I pull it. Just in this one, I had so much extra room. I was like, oh yeah, that'll just come out easy. And you just pull it, and then like 2 seconds later, it's like, and you're like, oh crap. Tint mistakes, they happen so fast. And depending on when they happen, the sheer scale of the problem, then dang it. That's a redo. And like, for me, there's very few times that a crease can really ever be saved on any window. Like, you can make them look better, and you can kind of like touch them up to where they're less offensive. And at the end of the day, for most of them, you're just kind of hoping that somebody doesn't notice. So I don't really want to put out work where I hope somebody doesn't notice. How am I reading the chat? I'm psychic. I read your palm too. Can I do that? I have monitors and they bounce the text off the window and I read them. Dang, I feel like that'd be a skill. Or I have an annoying text-to-speech voice that reads everything over a headset in a very monotone voice. So when he says LOL, it's literally LOL, Monk S. The effort that you did for the glass aid looks like it paid off. Yes and no. If I took a little stick light, I could cut out the window in the same amount of time, if not a little faster. It's just, at the end of the day, it's a very expensive windshield. And so I never wanted to, like, I hate trade-offs. I hate big safety trade-offs that would just, like, you know, because what I was doing before was I was cutting on glass, and then most of the time it was okay. You'd, like, see a faint line, and it was just kind of like what it is, or sometimes you don't see a line unless you, like, look really close. But, like, when I say faint, like, it can be pretty faint to where it's like nobody's ever going to notice unless you point it out. And you got to get, like, stick your nose up to it to kind of, like, see it, but, like, it's there. So what I hated was just having a bunch of people like, hey, how do you not scratch the glass when you do it? And you're just like, just do it better. Just be more careful. And then I started running into some windows where I was still careful and I was still getting a scratch. And that's where I was like, oh, okay, no. That is not cool. If I get a scratch in a window, I want to at least be confident that I knew, like, it was for this reason, right? Like, I pushed too hard or I went too fast, and I can slow it down, be more careful, and not have it happen. That wasn't the case. I was still moving at a regular speed, and then I just have a small scratch in the window. And I'm like, that is going to bite me in the ass super hard. So then I tried to figure out something for, like, this is more mobile, because that's, like, I'd go to another shop and I'd have to go tint on their terms, basically. And that's like not tint shop, but like the glass shop. They have other work. I'm in any number of bays. They're nice people, but they don't want my day to impact their day super hard. So, like, if it always depended on me being in one particular bay to tint cars, it would take me a lot longer in a day to finish all the work. It's just, we're constantly rearranging stuff there. They're like this chaotic, busy shop. And they're like, oh, they got to pull this in, and oh, they got to move that out, and oh, this windshield's going to take longer, and oh, that customer's here. So it's like, there's stuff that's always getting done, and things are always shifting. So I wanted something that I could throw on the glass, and I could be sure that I'm not going to scratch it. And there's the button method, and I think that's a really solid one, but it is a little bit, in my opinion, tedious to do. Some people really take to it and like it. So I just never really liked it. I don't know. So it's up to you. If you want to do the button method, go for it. I'm not stopping you, and if you're already using it, then you're already using it. Okay, let's see where are we at on this. We could actually go a little bit farther this way. I'm trying to get like speed up on the main thing. So like placing a rope, I don't have to be tedious about that. I just need to get it in. And then the parts I need to be more tedious about, I can then have a little bit more time with. But anyways, so imagine wherever you go, all you can rely on is the car. Your tools that you bring with you in the car. That's pretty much most situations that I was in. Just going from shop to shop, no space to lay out a table, no space to do this, no space to do that. It's literally the car is your canvas, and you literally could be in the middle of anywhere with anything around you, and then you got to figure out how to tint that car. So if now scratching windows is a problem, well, you don't just tell them like, well, there's nothing I can do. Like, that's an unacceptable thing. Shop's going to pin that on you. Customers are going to be unhappy. You can't explain a scratch in a glass. Like, everybody's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we'll absolutely replace that. That's just how it goes. And that costs you the whole job. That kind of risk is just stupid. Screw that. So that's where it was kind of born out of. And I've been using it here because it makes all the sense in the world to still use it in a place like this. And it's nice to know that other people appreciate it too. And can I just say, I had a compliment on it today. So this client actually probably is watching, could be watching the stream. We're going to scrub this down a little bit more. Where's a razor? Let me take this off. I first saw like some of the Walmart videos, which was just hilarious to me. That's great. And then he saw, I just was more particular, and I put some stuff on the glass to help keep it safe. Like, those types of things, when you're giving your car to somebody and you really like your car, like, it's just extra reassurance that they're going to try and put a little bit of care into what they do. So, you know, tape on the doors, all that little stuff, that goes a long way with people. So it costs me more time and it costs me more materials to do, but when you're getting into certain jobs that it's like, you know, we're not just talking about, you know, plastic panels anymore. We're talking about some different materials that could show long-term damages, and it's just not something you run into every day. So in those cases, like, that's where all this kind of came out of, and then we're always being a little extra particular, so trying to do what we can. So if you don't really advertise that way, though, I don't want to say that it's not worth your time to do. Because I always like trying to push anybody that watches to do a little better. But there's some of them that it's like, you know, if I was elsewhere and under time crunches and stuff like that, covering door panels, covering this, covering that, taping, and all that, it just wouldn't be a thing. It's stuff that I absolutely do off stream here, but when you're under certain time crunches, I mean, and people are just trying to rush cars out and brag about speeds, it's like you don't see that stuff. It's not that they're putting out like bad work. It just doesn't show as much care into the ones that you're doing, I guess. But like I said, most times you give somebody a car, they look like they know what they're doing, and then everything goes well, and then they get a good job, and then it's like nobody, like, you wipe it off, everybody's happy at the end of the day. It's just you didn't really see it all. But I've definitely tinted both ways. And anytime that I jump from here over to the glass shop, it's like I tried to figure out nice, quick ways to like cover door panels that didn't stay soppy wet all day. And I could throw on, you know, the 5-6 sets of doors that we did during that day. And it's just like, there wasn't a lot. There wasn't really any options I was very happy with. So I think one of the best things to do is really just keep wiping off the panels. Spray it down, wipe off the panel. It's just kind of the cost of going real mobile. I mean, I think carrying around like some garbage bags or something was kind of nice. Plastic sheeting and stuff. But carpet shield's not really as good of an option for that. All right. Got it cleaned off one more time. That whole pulling the windshield off will also help cleanliness. It's not like, you know, I'm not proud of it, but, you know, when you put a sticky paper and then you pull it off, usually the second time you put it down, whatever you have is going to be much cleaner. Dang it. We threw everything in a fit of rage. Aha! No, we found one. Cool. It's unnecessary. Oh, yeah. If certain things only take you a quick minute to do, then it's your own laziness that's holding you back there. But there's times I get like that. I get it. There's other times, though, where, like, you know, it doesn't make as much of a difference. And all that extra, like, some of that extra prep work, like, that legitimately takes us a little longer than I'd like. It's like a good 5 minutes to get into a tint job, I think. Sometimes longer. And that's doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, multiply that by the number of cards you're doing a day. Like it takes some time. And all those things like compounded. You know, when you're like double cutting, right? That saves you some time. When you're shrinking a little faster, that saves you some time. When you're not reverse rolling, that saves you some time. Like all those things added together, that turns from, like, you know, before you're doing all those extra things and it took you like an hour, or like 2 hours, and then you cut some of those things out, get down to like an hour and a half, and some of that is just like pushing yourself to work faster, and some of that is just sheer like, yeah, those things, they just add up and they take longer to do. Kind of like the tint percentages. Doesn't always make sense, doesn't always add up one-to-one on paper, and then watch yourself or pay attention to the clock, tint a car, and then tint in a slightly different way, and then see if you saved or wasted time. So what we really hope is that we have a much cleaner job here, along with, obviously, no towel creases, which is like, I think, one of the worst ways to like screw up a tint job that I've actually done. So, cross your fingers. Round number 2. So, battery should be good, so you should be able to see the whole thing. That is a freaky coincidence, in my opinion. I got new batteries too, so I have to Velcro the back. Because that's how I get it to stick on the headset, and I realized I'm out of Velcro, so I gotta get more Velcro. Strong, like heavy-duty Velcro. What made me get into window tinting? My father. I was tinting at my dad's, no, sorry, I wasn't tinting. I was a detailer slash up-and-coming automotive accessories installer for my dad's accessories company. And the window tinter quit over the weekend. And so there was an opportunity there. He was like, hey, do you want to learn? I was like, I guess so. He's like, it makes really good money. It's like, sure. I didn't really have much direction. I was planning on going into aviation mechanics school, and I ended up going to aviation mechanics school while I was still doing all of that. And I just stopped pursuing aviation and just kept tinting. But so I had a nice easy in to window tinting, and I understand a lot of people don't, but I always enjoyed, like, you know, I watched a lot of YouTube. I like the whole YouTube thing. I felt like it would be fun to kind of mix that into what I do, and that really kept me tinting. If I didn't do YouTube, I don't think I'd still be tinting. I don't know if I do aviation mechanics school, but there's like other tech stuff that kind of interests me too. But I really like, it's like a whole bunch of things here. You make good money when you know how to do it. You can make good money pretty quickly. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still things about it that are total grind. Like when you have a full windshield that you have to redo. That sucks. It's part of the job, and you get a little bit more used to it. But when that happens, man, that sucks. You put so much time and effort into something. So like when you keep having to do that and keep having to redo stuff, I totally get it. It's no fun. But that's why you can charge more. If you can convince people, like, you know what I mean? But you have to earn it in a way. Like, cause there's already, like, this is an interesting tangent, but there, like, for every existing industry and way of doing things, there's other people that try and break in and take their own piece out of it. And the more and more that happens, the like more commoditized a market gets. And like that's where you see like the $99 tint shops and people doing it out of their garage and whatever else. Like you see all types of little I don't know. But you see lots of little differences there, and there's high-end shops, and there's people that aren't so high-end, and any mix in between, and then there's like your more normal industry setups and stuff like that. So whenever you're trying to break into it, it's like there's an existing place to fill an existing need, and there's what most people are kind of trained to expect. And so if you want to try and break into that, you have to try and be better or different or unique or more available or cheaper, or you have to do something. And sometimes it's just a matter of existing. And with tint, it still kind of is part existing, but it's getting tougher. You still have to differentiate yourself. And that goes with everything. So like, you know, if you look at YouTube, you see, you know, when vlogging was like a big thing. Well, it was totally new. And then other people are like, well, I could do that. I could take daily videos about my entire life. But then people don't watch. Why? Well, because there's already people doing it. They kind of filled that niche. So now they have to differentiate themselves even more. So with each step, it's like there's more and more that needs to be unique and done. But it's cool too, because it makes everybody kind of push themselves to be better. So, you know, eventually this might get to the point that there might be so many tinters. This doesn't make sense anymore. I don't know, but I think it's still got a long ways to go. And the more I think it gets pinned against the wall, something happens and then it branches out more. Like it was, you know, You had carbon and ceramic. Like, nobody talked about carbon and ceramic. And now it's like there's so many more that are like people that are genuinely interested in getting something better on their car. And it's like that before it was just convincing people to get something on their car. And then it's convincing people to get something higher quality on their car. And now it's convincing people to go with, you know, heat rejection, or like giving them options too. Not necessarily just convincing, just like explaining that there's more to it than just, you know, it's more than just slapping a sticker on glass. So it's cool. What was that? Where did that start? It was like, how did you get started or something like that? Wow, that was a long thing. But I like it. I think all that stuff is really important. I've got a really unique perspective on it. But it definitely didn't start that way. I just thought about it a lot. And I see just other industries and other fields. Like, dude, if you want to pay attention to like other live streamers right now, I'm not saying like window tinting's gonna pass at any of them really, because it's still very niche, but it's very unique, and I just don't know where that's gonna go. Most streamers get to sit in front of a computer and play some video games or entertain their audience, and even that has been challenged a lot. And it's really like now a mix of like YouTube videos and streaming that stuff, and like being a genuine entertainer and pretty savvy at all this stuff. But seeing it done in like I don't know, there's unique opportunities there for like anybody in a lot of different backyard garage skill sets to kind of break out into something really unique. Because we see this every day. This is all normal for us. But like, how many people have you tinted for that are like, I thought it goes on the inside. Why are you doing that on the outside? It's because they genuinely didn't know. And you might roll your eyes at that, but you get that same repetitive like question because like people don't know and never looked into it. All right, so we're gonna check this thing out. Let's cross our fingers. Let's hope this went better. I feel good about it though. So I guess that says something. Sometimes you think and then you look and you're like, wow, what the heck did I do? Sometimes you're like, oh, I don't know, and then you look at it and you're like, whoa. It's always part of the car culture, now it's part of its own culture. Yeah, it's getting there. It's always gonna be like, you know, it could be anything like, I go back and forth on this a little bit. Because it's very unique, but it's not, I think one of the problems is that it's just maybe not as relatable. So it is very niche. So I don't know what the viewer potential ever is, but I think it's better, it can be better than it is now. But in general, like if you slap on a GoPro and like there's some people that do fishing videos, those do really, really well. They're similar, but it's more, I think, easily accessible and relatable. So those types of things can do really well. Like you can go get that stuff and you can go fish, and there isn't a great deal of skill required to at least go get the stuff and go try it. But like with tinting, it's like there's kind of a lot, and you don't have that same like type of reward if you just do it for the first time and you're like, not necessarily. Like there's just a bigger barrier there, I think. I think that matters. But, I mean, from a business perspective, I've had nothing but really cool things happen from it. So, like, some unintentional things have been like, just like I had like the broad ideas like, wow, and then a client might watch it and like it. But I've had like clients watch it and then share it with their family and then turned it into like a family viewing event. Like they're all watching their cars get done, and then next thing you know, some of their relatives are like coming in, or immediate family are getting like their own things done. And of course they're coming here because I just, turned a show into their family member's vehicle. Like it's just very unique. So it's got its pros and cons. But mostly the cons is like when things start to go, I feel like they go really, really wrong. And then I take something simple and it turns into a disaster. But at the end of the day, they get a good tint job out of it. So it's just sometimes there's a lot of pain and suffering to get there. So we are coming to, I think, the end of this one. And from what I can tell right now, it's turned out good. It turned out really, really good. And we didn't destroy it by pulling the towel. I kind of like blitzed through that part on my tangent. So there's more water here. I'm trying to get out. And that's basically it. There's just like the rippling from the water. And everything else, yeah, that looks good. 10 out of 10. We did it. So now all there is some cleaning, and then we'll be good. I'm thinking I need to bring in my Model 3. Ooh, performance. Nice, very cool. Been wanting to pick it up since February 2020. Need somebody to tint my car. Bring it on in. We'll do it. So heads up about the Model 3. We have done Model 3 in the past. It's very unique to this. This is like, this and the Model S are totally fine. This has some unique, like, it's got the same windshield that you have, as far as I can tell it does. But the back window is so big. So what we have to do ahead of time is figure out what film you want on the back, and then I'll special order a 60-inch roll for the very back. So that makes the whole job kind of like change because it's such a unique big window to do. So starting on that one is, I believe, 600. I have to double check, but I think that's what what I've been starting them at. That's what is that? No, that's no windshield. Yeah. So that one gets pricey. But hey, you get the performance. That one was pricey to get anyways. Well done. Thank you. I appreciate that. We just got to clean this up. Before I leave, give me your opinion on Lexan. It serves a purpose. I always have a problem. I can't endorse a film like that, but I think if you want just an economical film to like play around with, and some people actually use it for their business, generally it means you're going to try and be a lot more price competitive. And I don't necessarily like the idea of undervaluing yourself so much, but I get it. So, but anyways, with Lexan, it seems to be the favorite of most budget-oriented shops. So it's got some I think the coloring was pretty good. It was the ones that I played around with were a little too hazy, and I don't like that from any carbon. So I've heard that the Pure Max was better, but I haven't played with it, so I can't really say for sure. But if you want to take other people's opinions, then there's other guys that like it. It was just kind of difficult to work with. So when you're learning how to shrink, I think learning how to shrink off of a cheap dyed film is going to be much easier than something like a carbon, but hey, sometimes if you force yourself to learn on a harder material, you'll be better for it. But like long term with your business, this isn't this is the personal choice that you have to make. And there's no wrong answer here, but you take on more risk. So you save more money per roll, but you take on more risk because their warranties aren't really going to cover you. So it's all kind of like out-of-pocket stuff. So when you tint a car, and you spend $100 on that roll of film, and you could tint 8 cars with that, you know, you're spending like $25 per car. Like, you got good margins there, and you can save up some money, and you can have some like long-term problems there that'll just like far outweigh that savings there. So that's the trade-off. So if you want to get it, play around with it, by all means, don't let me stop you from it. Oh yeah, we got to put that panel back on too. Clean off this back window. Does SunTech Standard Pro last? I'd hope so. I don't know for sure because I haven't used it long term, but SunTech's a pretty solid company. And if you kind of play under their warranty system, they're solid. They're a solid company. So SunTech and Lumar are like brother and sister companies. They're owned by the same overlord, Eastman. So Lumar is really good at taking care of their people too. They charge a premium for their film, but like if you have problems with their film, then they take care of them. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about them for that. There we go. Give us some good boops. So these are why I took this off, and I just pulled it from here. The edges here really are pushed back, so it makes sense to like drop this out, so you have plenty of room to like tuck it up here, slide it down a little bit. Without doing that, it's just like you're kind of fighting against all the edges, and that, like we saw with the towel, that could cause creases and little things on the edges. So I think it's well worth it to pop that. And then we're just going to kind of go around, check each one of these, slide it down, make sure the edge is all sealed in. So oftentimes on frameless doors and just windows in general, I'll kind of give it one more pass before I button it all up. Remember, these have to be dropped back down before you close them, or else you're hitting that trim. You don't want to do that. You have a bad day. This is not the white seats. This is my seat cover. I don't sell it, but like it's what I use. I like those. I think that was a really nice little addition. They're super handy. Woo! Nice. We're getting, oh dang. Dang, dude. I gotta put this back in when I pull this out, but like, let's take the card, and then there's that. Woo. 312. Little long. Definitely a little longer than I thought, but hey, you know, when you make that mistake on the windshield, you have to make up for it. So they'll be much happier with a nice windshield than, I don't even know if they'd be here this early, so. Just realized I have the dryer sheet still on here. Let me do this. You know, I really like Sprayway, I do. I don't know if it's because I've had this can for like a while now, but like halfway through, it's really dropping pressure. So I love the convenience of those tops, but it's not like it was brand new. Watching this, got to drive in from Milwaukee. Dang, that's a ways. You know, I've heard similar things with some other shops that do something like this too. So I think it takes a while to build, but I mean, that's an unintentional bonus. You could have people drive in from quite a ways. That's super cool to hear. Hope I can do it justice in the first time. That's always the other thing, is like, if you drive in that far and then there's like a problem, it's much harder to take care of. So like, that's the only drawback. Because mistakes can happen. Dang, this looks good. I'm really happy with this. So 35 on the windshield, 20 on the front doors, and then 50 over the back. So it looks a little darker on the back, and I said it would multiple times. But dang, with the darker windows, black accents, this is my favorite color scheme. I think the only thing I'd change is like darker mirrors, like black mirrors, maybe black trim going up. I don't know. Sometimes it's a bit much, but. So as far as the front to the back goes, that's 50 on the back. That's 20 on the front, like 50 over the factory. It looks, I'm pretty damn happy with that. That looks good. Sweet. This is my other curious thing, because they wanted to darken up the back just a little bit, but they didn't want to go quite as dark as like 35 over it. They're not trying to go down to like limo on the back. And they didn't want it to look uneven. They just like, the choices were 70 or 50, and they're just like, yeah, let's just make it a little darker. I gotta get a nice picture of this too before I deliver it, but sweet. Very, very, very happy ending, I think. It was a lot of work to get there, but turned out nice. So things that took longer, obviously redoing the windshield, and so you could just stop the timer at wherever it was before, and that's how long it would have taken. But we also individually cut all these doors, just so they'd try and get those top edges nice and close, so they're all unique to each other, rather than just off of one, which would still be incredibly close, but hey. Looks good. Yay. All right, I got to get back to reality now. So I did all that, but I have like other business stuff. So I got to call somebody back. I got to see what else I missed out on, and then I got to let them know that that this one is all set. So let me shout out some supers here. Just some super people. Activity feed. All right. So big thank you to Daniel Reyna, Mike, and Daniel Reyna again. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you all for tuning in, supporting the stream, watching, giving it a thumbs up, all that good stuff. Looks great. Has anybody ever wanted to do the sunroof? We talked about doing the sunroof a little bit, but he was just, like, I wanted to bring that up because I more do all the sides in the back. I don't do that many sunroofs, and it's just, like, most people don't ask to have their sunroof done. So they have a shade, they put it up there. That's good enough for most people. I want to know about tinting the sunroof on this one because there's so much paneling, I think, in the way. So I'd love to see how some other people do it. Maybe they just try and tuck it in and cross their fingers and hope for the best. Came out perfect. That's what we aim for. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. I have family in Michigan, so I've made the drive many times. Oh, okay. Well, very cool. So if you want to schedule it, let me know. Check us out on Google. That's usually that's where our number is, just Detroit Tint Studio. DetroitTintStudio.com as well, and we'll have a link in the description. That's the easiest way to contact us. So, alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it very much. And we'll have another stream here very soon. In the meantime, have a good day, and I'll see you in the next one. I got to end here. I got to catch up. All right.